scriptural, and more importantly, yeah, well, the spiritual eye, that's it. This is about spirit, not about flesh. So I thank you for the Ruach Hokodesh, for the Hokodesh, the spirit, and the ability to have an eye to see. So out here today in the high desert, and keeps calling out. The word calls out to me to do the work here at the ministry. So here we're going to talk about this 923 executive, this 1945 ritual that keeps playing out, and the 923 executive orders that were passed during the Obama administration, and how that's relevant to the equinox, because that 923 is the Samhain ritual. It truly is going to be the next, because it already is in play, the false flag that is currently happening as they replay their Yule wheel worship of this svasti and this celebration of the sun god Apollyon, and their space worship of gods in the sky and cellular bodies that are they're worshiping as idols. And although, as it says in the book of Matthew, there will be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. They're not to be worshipped, and there's not anybody or anything that's coming from the sky. But that's mammon. That's the traditions of men always trying to think that you can get off this rock, and we need to take care of the rock that we walk instead of trying to go to space balls. And what a farce this has become. But it doesn't matter, we're still on this rock. And these people who the 8 families main, the corporation, the purple people eaters, the red and blue, Rome, this has been going on for thousands of years. These people have reigned over the cycle. I've talked about this super cycle and the turning and the Kali Yuga cycles, all the yugas and the different these elite have the bis, and they ride the cycles like a wave. Super cycles, again, is we're in an extinction cycle again, and less than 1% of the populace knows anything about extinction events or even what an extinction is. But that's okay. He already, the bis, we were warned from the very beginning about eating from that tree of knowledge, right? But he said that my people shall perish for lack of knowledge. So when the pit opens up in Revelation, that's that knowledge. So you might want to start wrapping your brain around that. There's things of this, world that you're going to have to get past. Like one of them is the flesh, and, you're going to come to pass. And we all have that in common. And, yes, we're in the 6th extinction cycle, and we're in the great turning. We're in the 400 year. We're in remember, half cycle was 6,000 years ago, when the earth rock here that we walk, both earth and heaven. So that's not above your head or below your feet. That's not what either of those are. We're taken, obviously, in, remember, 126 years he built a boat. It never rained, but yes, those families were placed into an ark, and 2 by 2 and 3 by 3, or whatever you want to do. We won't go into that, but the whole rock, as is above and so is below, the promise of the rainbow. I've seen enough of this hokey pokey, turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. And bring the fire. That's what he'll use this time. The promise he'll never flood this rock again, but it did 6,000 years. That's a half cycle, but there's these cycles that always happen. And so with extinction comes evolution. Well, that's a shock, because the Earth's population just grew by 225 million last year. I highly doubt that. You're reading very bad. I encourage you to look up a channel here on this tube hollow needle channel right here. The sticker. Got your Velcroed to the seat yet? All right. Anyways. All right, but Go look at a channel called China Observer. There's whole cities over there in China that are completely disappearing. Cities, there's no, I mean, they had those incinerators going the whole time during the VidCo. You know, the stand in line, get the cheat test, get the free test, get the poker, bow to the altar of Jabba. Mr. Warp Speed brought you that single selling #1 product ever in the history of mankind. Outpaced any house, real estate, drug dealer, rock to walk the rock. Mr. Warp Speed himself. The creator of the jab and the man that dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so we can go over there where, what was it? General Wesley Clark said those 7 nations, and now it's Iran. So you might want to pay attention to what's really going on. They're in a eugenics program here. How about the food? Eat poison flavored box bag or canned food. Populace is going way backwards. I know because I'm eternal and I don't feel the presence. And you can see physical if you'd like. Again, there's no growing. We're going backwards. Degradation, negation. They're allowed to do this. It says it in the scriptures. Remember, there's a certain, don't touch the grass, don't, but I don't know how much you read the word. This is all going by the script. They put it in everything. Children's television, Adult Swim. I've never watched the whole complete, episode of this. That wasn't even a very good Simpsons, but yeah, Simpsons never let me down. Got a lot of study tools, but I don't know where you're getting your math or the populace didn't grow. We've been degrading just by sheer diet. We don't eat properly. Most people don't, at least here in this corporation, America. They ban how much food in how many countries. They said, nope. Even Mexico said, hey, we don't want your corn, amigo. So I'm a farmer, and I know this has all been mostly automated. And so I don't know where you got your information there, Kelly, but that is a far cry from what's real. Have you ever seen the, oh, come on, my computer's jamming. There's maps that talk about the populace, and go look at a channel called Truth Stream Media, and they'll show you how all the populace don't have enough. You have to have 2.5 bodies to make a new body, and that isn't even India now has the largest populace, outpacing China. I pay attention to these things in great detail. I'm trying to think, what are those maps? The Deagle maps. Go look at the Deagle maps. Thank you, Father, for Deagle. Look at the Deagle maps and go look at that. There's no increase in populace. Okay, and I can tell you that 90% of the populace lives within 100 miles of the coast or ocean because of obviously trade, and so there's no such thing as overpopulation or any of that is nonsense. Bill Kill Wide Broadway Gates, he's got eugenics programs all over this rock that him and Billary and Thump, they're all in on it together. Barack Obama is his uncle's name. He's part of the Warp Speed program too. They're all in it, trading lightsabers in their ice holes. Musk said he went to the island, so he's an island boy. But so is Musk too. They're all in on it, like I said. Mr. Stinky Muskrat himself, boring companies, and his Space Force link star. They're all in on it. And so where did you get that from, Kelly? Who told you that? The populace is, go check out the Deagle maps. We're not going forward. We're definitely going in the opposite direction. So, but we are in a super cycle. We are in an extinction cycle. We are in the 6th extinction cycle. If you'd like to see, I'll show you a map. Not too many people can get this. You might want to screen grab this, because this isn't something that many people even know. And this is, you can find the paleoclimatology records. You know anything about the strata, the different layers, the compression events that have happened because of I'm not sure if you know, but there you go. Screen grab that. There's proof we're in the 6th extinction cycle. This is it. The apocalypse. Whoa. Apocalypse is not the end of the world. So there we are. 6,000 years ago, as I said, this whole rock was flooded, and right? Oh, well, we went in time. Let's go back in time here. My bad. We went in the future. Let's go back in time. Got to get back in time. Remember? This is the age. Remember? Aries, Pisces, black old sun, won't you come wash away the rain? Black old sun. Those are all extinction events. So anyways, they always know that they're coming. Okay, see this? On the line, on the line, on the line, on the line, on the line. Never in the yellow, never in the gray. They know for thousands of years that the cycles are coming. That's how they do this. 6,000 years ago. This isn't rocket science. We're not going to the moon. although we're looking at the celestial slices of pie or time, we are right here now. This is it. The lifting of the veil. 2,000 years of a deception. Now that veil has been lifted. Mr. Warp Speed's the one who dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. The Gentile Messiah, Mr. Baby Bath Oil Party, him Big Bed Party, Diddy Man himself. Careful, they trade lightsabers in their ice holes. Elon said he went to the island with Joe and Barack and Hill. They're all island boys. So even the ladies with the apples. So man and all of them. Nancy, Barbara. Yeah, right. Okay, anyway, so that's where we're at. That's the 6th extinction cycle right there. Right there. Boom. 12,000 year cycle. 6,000 years into the future. Never got it like that. Nobody gave it to you that hard, did they? I bring it hard, don't I? Yes, take it deep. See these dots? These dots, this is potentially civilization or catastrophic events of the last great, 150,000 year cycles, previous great year cycles. So every time there's a dot, that means this was a near extinction level or extinction event. And so every time these happen, they happen on this line. So they know that they're coming well in advance, hundreds and sometimes thousands of years. And yes, they knew 6,000 years ago at the half cycle, which is known as the Noah event, where this whole rock was flooded. This time he said he's going to bring the fire, baby. Told you I'll bring it deep hard, huh? So anyways, it is what it is. Jimmy crack corn, I don't care. So your master's dead to me. They don't like you to know this, but this is where we're at. This was the age we were in. And on 12/21 of 2020, when we saw the celestial conjunction of the time marker Chronos, Saturn, conjunct with a king, that's how they created the nation of Israel in this tabernacle back here. Aries is the tabernacle. When it triple conjunction, huh? What are you talking about? Well, I'm a Magi. You know what a Magi is? That's a man that's celestially, wise, looking up at the celestial firmament. Genesis says stars, sun, and moon. In Matthew, 4 times and seasons. Back at Genesis, signs in the stars, sun, and moon. So anyways, spinning around on a ball. These people think they're spinning around on a ball. They're in the ball camp. But anyways, I don't care about people like that. But so Aries, the age of fire. This is Father. He is war, blood, sacrifice. In this slice of time, it was eye for an eye. This was have sex with your sister and be fruitful and multiply. Yes, 2 for 2. Somebody came in your house and broke in your eye. You could go back, sneak into his house. If he killed your brother, you go back and kill his brother. Eye for an eye. Can you do that right now? See, we're not in that. When he birthed this flesh vessel between 2 and 3 BC, at the changing of the Pisces, the Vesica Pisces, there it is. There's a symbol. What do you know? Father's like he does this by the celestial firmament. Yes, the age of deception. And now the age of the veil. That's called the age where the veil was put over by church and all these rebranding of the deadly head wound that was healed, that we're not supposed to celebrate Yule Wheel, the time, the goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star and the sun's dying at the equinox. And we're going to pray to Saturn to try to slow the sun. That's called Christmas. Okay. It's what do they call that? You got to do, hold on. I got to do the proper pronouns. Let me she, they, them, titty Jesus. The Jesus with titties. You got that transgender Jesus, the Jesus of 3 genders, man, beast, and woman. See, they want you to come on by, so you'll give it a try. Like 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes to erect 1 world freedom tower. There's no such thing as free will, and freedom is long gone in this country. Dum, da, dum, dum, dum. Stand on the X. Wear a face diaper. That's called a veil. Okay. The lifting the veil, it's over. 12/21 of 2020. The turning right here. Even Pluto has come into this constellation, Aquarius. So we're in the new age. We're in the last book in scripture. I rebuke your religions. Take them all, and they're vain. As a matter of fact, they're vile, and I throw them up because they're toxic to me, and they'll cause me to get sick and potentially die. Because like a bacteria that would cause an infection, maybe a fungus. Okay, whatever, virus. All right, so virus not alive. Anyway, so moving on. Like a program, you've been programmed. So welcome to the 6th extinction cycle. Welcome to the new age. Welcome. This happened on the 12,000 year cycle. And when we saw this celestial star right here, remember the map at the stars sign, as it says in Matthew, signs in the stars, sun and moon, signs in the stars. sun and moon. Be celestially wise. So, pretty important. What's going on with my chat there? You guys are getting overcome. What happened here? We only got 2 of them in here. No worries. This is only for the eyes of the bride. This is not for the ones that the scales have not been removed. The veil has not been lifted off. That is the word apocalypse. To lift the cover, to pull off the veil, to remove, to reveal, revelation. I am pastor. I minister this celestial gospel. So thank you for your eyes. If you have an eye to see, this is only for not those who are wearing these rosy colored glasses. To scales have only been removed from the eyes of the bride. Everybody else is a deaf ear. They don't see what I'm saying or hear what I'm saying. Or, I don't know what kind of taste in music you got, so, you know, you hear what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? All right, never mind. Some of these people are just, I'm out of my mind. You know, these people think I'm like, when the whole world's running off a cliff and you're the only one going in the other direction, they're going to call you crazy. So, are you set apart? Are you one of those that he said, hey, one of these things are not like the other. These people got rose-colored glasses on, don't they? Obey, obey. What is that? Was that Roddy Piper? I can't remember. You guys remember Piper's Pit? Hey, remember when Donald Trump, you know, the fourth blind 11 president, 4 + 5 is 9, 4 + 7 is 11, body slam Vince McMahon? I knew then he was going to be the pretended. Selected. Hey, been talking about it since the 80s. Remember he said, hey, I'm inventing a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense, baby. Huh? All right, anyways, moving on. Hey, listen to 58 Story Nimrod. Remember he said he was the hunted, now he's the hunter, like Nimrod, the mighty hunter? The one with the bow and the arrow, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, Satan, Apollyon, the sun god, Mithra at the time of Rome. Ha ha! Man decorates his house, a Gemini. You know, say one thing, do something else every single time. Lock her up, Hillary for prison. She sat 3 bodies away from him at his inaugural dinner. Oh, how about that for some warp speed? They were changed in the twinkling of an eye at the last thump. You talk about the most ignorant generation. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. They're island boys. Remember, Elon just came out and said that he went to the island. He's a kid he touched much, you know, 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, and that's why they're still touching kids, juggling your little sons, cherry tomatoes, and touching your little girl's slot, and you don't care. Jimmy Crackcorn, you don't care, do you? I do. I'm a veteran. I care about children being touched. Muslim, Catholic, I don't care. You don't touch kids. Well, the Catholics wrote the Quran, so, oh, that explains Joe Biden being sworn in on a Catholic Bible. All wings to the same dragon, cheeks to the same hole. Grow up. This is an adult-only stream. I rebuke your religion. He said he doesn't dwell in temples, houses made by hands. He destroyed the physical temple, rituals. We're not supposed to celebrate a one single, especially the self-birth. That's pornea, the Greek word. Idolatry or self-will. Latria, idolatria. Do you speak any Greek? Oligos, any Greek? None. Kind of like priest. That's what Mass is, the eating of human flesh. What kind of meat do priests eat on Sunday? None. Get it? None? All right. You guys aren't very lively. So, hey, they live or live? 1988. Oregon's back in the house. A local fellow, I don't know if he's an Oregonian. I'm not an Oregonian, but I've been to all 50 states in this union. Alaska, Hawaii, every major city. I asked the Oregonians, I said, well, I've been to all 50 states here in this union, and this is where I choose to set up camp. Never bought property anywhere near the other state. And I said, well, all right, nice. Clifford, hold on there, Poe. I said, I'm not an Oregonian, but since I've been to all 50 states and I'm a transplant, they don't like transplants, but there is quite a few people in this beautiful, beautiful state. Amazing. I mean, man, we got all 4 clients. I'm in the high desert. I'm higher than a hippie in a 747 at the rim of the Great Basin. Not drugs. And this is some Jesus juice that I'm on here, okay? My daily cross. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me daily. That's what it is. You'll see a lot of people insinuate drug usage, but they're programmed to do that, like the biggest drug dealers on this rock, the government. So anyways, back to this beautiful state. Okay, higher than a hippie in a helicopter. You just said 747, didn't I? Or anyways, at the rim of the Great Basin in the largest dark sky sanctuary. Last night was a beautiful sunset right out here off the rock table. An amazing place. And I am not an Oregonian, but I've asked locals. I said, since I've been to all 50 states, and I've been here since the 80s, I've been coming here since like 81 or whatever, back and forth, and been to all 50 states. Would you mind if I call myself organized? Organized. I'm organized. I'm not an Oregonian, but I've been organized. So anyways, man, would you get to the point, would you? They Live. Okay, is that what it is? They Live. Thanks. I don't think I've ever seen that movie. Rob, thanks for coming in again. Thanks for joining me, Poe. I'm out here in the largest dark sky sanctuary, obviously in the same state, 2.5 million acres set apart from light pollution. You better get your spot out here because they ain't letting people move out here. Not too many more spots. So, it's pretty open out here. So beautiful spot, no neighbors. Dogs love it out here. Got lots of property and room to grow. I don't really do much of the local except for fight with the police and fight with the local, rich elite farmers that get, they run the cops out here because they got the money. So I'm a veteran. I took a note to the Constitution. I don't care how much money you got. Remember, he said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than the rich man through the gates of heaven. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness, the rulers of the darkness of this world. I'm only doing what Father tells me to do. So I only care about the word. So that's what steers this ship. He's the captain. I'm just the ship. I'm the ark. Kind of like that double ark Texas they did over there. Better pay attention what this ministry is being able to put out. What a blessing. Oregon is the only state that gematria equals 33. Just for you fellow native neighbors in this state, pretty important. Remember, it came through 7 Salem, started in Salem, Jerusalem, Oregon, that 7-year, 3 days of darkness that told you it's important. We started the tabernacle with those 4 tetrad blood moons, and here we're going to come back right again in August to that place of the tabernacle rest, the Gemini. Now, you might want to understand what I've been saying celestially. This is a very important time to be celestially looking up and to be in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world. Not probably a better place to see the stars than right here where I walk this rock. So I feel very blessed and to be where I'm at. And then to have this worldwide ministry, because it's not just about Oregon. I mean, this is all 180, countries. This ministry is worldwide. It's not like, oh, you got the internet, so you're special. Well, I mean, it does allow us to reach out much further than we would have before that worldwide net to catch in. You can pull your chain, porny, and do your own thing here. Whatever you put in your search bar, it matters because you can back, but they still got it. And remember, now they know what you're thinking in your head. They don't even have to. It's a metadata cycle that they've rhythm cycle math. It's just math. But people think I'm out of my mind because, I make sure it adds up. And if it don't add up, I toss it out. I won't allow it. Like 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. But let's get back to 33, this 7 Salems, where it started in 7 Salems. I started this, I didn't. Father showed me these celestial markers, and I know because I am what you would consider as a magi. I understand the celestial gospel has been written in the firmament above our head, and I've been able to give you guys that celestial eye, and others like Brother Daniel Elijah Vallis at Informed Christians. I'm not a religion, so don't please put a label on me, but he understands how important it is to pay attention to this celestial clock, and he has just done an amazing job at showing this tapestry again of celestial markers through this, Star Trek through the time markers. Here we have come back now to a time that we were at back in. I am, Geo, but I don't do round. You know what I'm saying? I don't do balls or squares or shapes, but you know what I'm saying, Rob. I'm Geo. Okay, I'm Geo. Above your head, it's what you see. They fly over a plane and never nose down. And Father didn't create one planet. Never says the word planet. He said don't add a jot, and that would be like a period. And now they create a little dot. Now they created a whole ball in the sky. Here we go again. here we go again. They're doing the same thing, trying to go to the sky. This feels an awful lot Babylescent, Babylonian mindset, if you will. Gods in the sky, plane at ET, phone home. So, you know what I'm saying, Rob? I mean, look. I mean, I don't want to, hold on. Look, Rob, let's just do this for a minute. Let's just do this because it's fun. If you're standing on, and you're in ball camp, right? And you're ball camp, and you're up here, So if you're in the northern hemisphere, you're in this way, right? Come on, so if you're in the northern hemisphere, you're in this way, right? Come on, we're just using, and I apologize because I've got the winder right there. In the southern hemisphere. So you have Arctic and Ant. So tell me, where are you standing on the ball camp? Hey, what? Hey, what's that plane look like it's flying upside down? Just where are you at on the ball? If you're in ball camp, if you're the heliocentric ball camp, and we're not talking about shapes, just tell me where you're at on the ball. That's all I'm asking you. And if you're standing on did you guys get a head rush down here all the time? Hey, what's up? What's up? They don't like that spot. That's not a good spot, apparently. So, all right, nobody wants to tell me we're on the ball. So that's ball camp. Oh, watch it. We had a good lesson last night. Yes, we sure did. Might want to subscribe to the channel if you're not. We give a celestial understanding. I can't hear you. Oh, man. Well, that's better than I can't breathe. That's what they did to Christ. Strapped him back to a tree and he hung across. Nobody ever hung from a cross. Why do people say that? Because he said carry a cross, not he was hung on a cross. Man, you guys are not understanding. So where are you at on the ball? Did anybody see that? Did anybody see where they were standing on the ball camp? Planet of the Apes? Like a barrel full of monkeys. Wait, how they hook it? It's a game or something to them. So, okay. All right. Well, no comments on where they're standing on the ball camp. Geo or heliocentric was the question asked by Rob, a fellow neighbor in the state, which is not united because there's no two states that I would say that are alike. That's silly. You've obviously never gotten out of your own state. There's no. Are you going to tell me people that are from Missouri are like people from Texas, or people from Oregon are like people from Florida, or people from Hawaii are like people from South Carolina? Where there's hey, Texarkana. Hey, we're a trifecta. All right, so. Yeah, it's neat. I like that. If you get out and people who are just born in one state in this corporation, you think it's, you kind of get, but, and it should be united, but they're truly not. They're divided by, state law and one police, that cop, from one cop to another, he doesn't get a maybe some down under from his wife. And you tell me he's going to police you the same as that guy that he got a little down under and he's out on the job and he's pissed. You're going to get policed the same? From cop to cop? Oh, I mean, state to state, county to state. Well, across the line is a whole different law. For example, a child in Idaho can't get access to any Rick Simpson. We got to be careful around this. And a child in Oregon, this one's got beat with a sock. Feels like crap for what? Crap. Feels like somebody beat him with a sock for months. And this one can get some relief. Gee, I imagine that's called an apostasy. That's called hypocrisy is what that's called. So this is a divided corporation, and it's not united. So, and it's not states, it's a corporation. Although they carry a state, and we need to probably pull this back front and center to what we're trying to do here. There is 923 executive orders that have been passed that when the selected pretendant, whether they're, campaign funded or whether you think the Electoral College put them in or you put them in, doesn't matter. they're still campaign funded by the corporation. So they are a corporation. But when that head of the mass murder in chief of the military, I know I'm a veteran, over all the military, declares a national emergency, he actually steps down. Now, he'll front as a player like in the game, but the federal emergency management agency takes over. And he declared day one at 47, President blind 11, 4 plus 5 is 9. You skip Joe, 4 plus 7 is 11. And if you can't do that math, please leave now, because I don't do Democrat or Republican, donkey or elephant. Try the lamb. Try the lamb. Okay, stock up on the lamb. If you're getting tired of this donkey and elephant, the circus show they got going, Vargas. Big Tom. So the guy's a clown. They're all clowns. They're all on the same team. Like I said, 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon, huh? Well, anyways, they love their celebrations, and they're very wise. They're not foolish. They're doing it by the script. And so people don't, they can't concentrate. They can't pay even attention anymore because, the inflation of the currency. This is an apostate nation that traded its paper. Oh, wait, it's paper now, right? Oh, it's minerals for paper payments. So there's no actual constitutional republic here anymore. There's no united. It's all going to go under this executive order. And they already put the military, 700 military Marines, jarheads, if you will, hardened veterans, and put them on the streets of Los Angeles to already show you guys aren't paying attention. We already repealed Posse Comitatus. We're going to draft your women, and we're sending them to war like Ukraine next. We killed a whole Ukrainian generation with the U.S. tax dollar, and the U.S. tax dollar payer is such an idiot, which means they don't know, I guess. Apparently, that's what it means. It doesn't mean you know. It means you don't know at all. Idiot's not an insult. It's the word idiotos. It's the same word as ignorant or ignoramus, but people don't define anything that's coming out of their pie hole face. We were talking a little bit about shapes earlier, but we're not talking about shapes right now. This has been going on again for some time. This selected president, right? Not blind 11, he has all this tech. He can change all this, but no, by, imperialism, he's just going to start taking over countries like Greenland and Canada and Panama, and this isn't going in the direction you think. If you can't see, do the math. We'll do some simple math. One bad, If it doesn't add up, I don't know if you ever heard the term spiritual or celestial calculator, biblical or scriptural calculator. You probably never heard. You've heard of the word discernment, and I'm not saying we're not supposed to deceive. If it says, he said, hados, he pours out a just measure. If it doesn't add up, if it's not equal to, even one above another is pride or a jot off. That's what he said. Don't add or take away even a letter, a word. By none, do not change at all. None. That is the word antichrist. If you start adding to his text, you are not the seventh king, but you are antichrist. You are what is called Satanist. Not Satan means the adversary. You add a jot, you become the adversary. You become not the antichrist, but antichrist. You're either with Christ or antichrist. And Christ is a pagan term, by the way. They were slaughtering Christians. He wasn't a Christian, but you might want to know what's coming out of your face before you open up your mouth and start speaking on this word, because I know that the serpent, Leviathan, that crooked serpent, he said, be wise as a serpent, knows the scripture. And they're doing this exactly by the script, because the seventh king has to be revealed as the eighth king. That's what these 923 executive orders will eventually come to pass in your life. I don't care, like weather affects people every day. Hundreds, thousands, sometimes tens of thousands. It's the end of the world as you know it for people, just by weather. So I don't want to hear it. But this main underlying dragon system, warp speed is bringing this thing into the final trump, okay? Final trump, okay, if you will. Remember, first I was hunted, now I'm the hunter, like Nimrod. He's got a 58-story Nimrod tower. Remember, Esau killed his brother Nimrod and stole his inheritance. Here we are again. Gods in the sky, balls in the sky, people doing the same thing as the time. This is very Romanesque, very Babylonian. Babylonian mind frame, mindset, Babylonian brain waves, okay? This is all by wave, all by sound and frequencies, all spoken into existence. You never studied Hebrew once, have you? Sat down and even looked at the toroidal field, looked at the value and frequency of each one of these letters, and now you speak, what? American. People don't speak English anymore. I had to say yes to my dad and not yes, sir, but he said, I don't hear your head bobbing over there, So, and I couldn't say, yeah, he would come and corporal punish me if I didn't say yes. We had to speak English. We could speak slang outside the house. He would be so offended if he was alive right now by the Babylonian, wash of the language. Man, oh my God, did you see that? That was flipping sick. All right, hold on. I'll get the Catholic priest. We'll sprinkle holy water on him. He's got a demon. Yeah, that's probably, if you would have said that at the time of Christ, they would have done that. Oh yeah, that's flipping sick, huh? Slang. The book is full of idioms. Remember I said there's a difference between an idiom and an idiot. These people think they're spinning around on a block. I mean, ball. I see third dimension. I think geometry. Okay, I'm more mathematical. Third dimension, you're trapped inside a box. Okay, a ball, and you're spinning around on a rock, corkscrewing and spinning through time. And Hebrew, the word Hebrew, forward means to twist or like to screw. You can't corkscrew and spin me, okay? Get out of here, child. Okay, we're corkscrewing third rock from the sun in the third dimension on a block, a ball through time and space. Where does it say space? Where the hell is there some kind of space? Why are you trying to get off this rock? We can't even fix what we got here. We haven't even discovered the waters that are here. We're going to go try to the waters above, huh? Idiots. They did this during Babylon. They did this already. And Mr. Warp Speed's very aware of what I'm talking about, too. And all his colleagues and his, lightsaber ice hole traders. They'll trade lightsabers in their ice holes. I don't care what they are. All those first ladies got apples. So you tell me. This ain't the first time they're a man shell. This has been done that's all about the try. They're a God is a three. They're she, they, them, booby Jesus God, birthed in the middle of the winter. Christ was birthed when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. There's no way in hell that Christ was. Hell is the birth of the sun god, Apollyon, the one that's locked up in the abyss, the seventh king. So they're doing this 923 again. So, once again, if you'll pay attention, write some of this down, you'll see this is all going to come to a cycle. This is like this Yuga cycle, super cycle. They're riding this wave. I already told you we're in the sixth extinction cycle right now. We're in the 400-year cycle. We're in the 12,000-year cycle. You just probably know of the 12-year cycle, the solar minimum and the solar. There are many cycles of that, gas, Jovian, not that one. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's talk about that big one over the top of your head, plasma coming at us, ionized, deionized gases that smash our atmosphere. Many layers, and I'm not talking about the ozone in a cycle. There's another cycle. I'm talking about the magnetosphere, like a magnet, like polarity, pole, one keeps the compass to the north. Come on, basic stuff here. I'm not trying to talk down to you. Your compass is pointed to the north, not because we got a North Pole. That's called polarity. Like bend over Harley, Halo Davidson, a little suspicious. He's right across from the military with his camp out there with all his camper. And what was he observing when he went on the, okay, Mr. The Earth's going to tilt. Okay, Mr. Earth tilt. Might want to look at his stuff. He does peer reviewed, but it is, the whole is, he's been talking about a pole shift. Pole shift means that the compass is now pointed to the south. That's a pole shift. That's completely reversed to be a pole shift. So stop playing games, bend over Harley Halo Davidson out there at whatever out at his ranch. So anyways, let him do whatever he's doing. But this Earth tilt was an arc discharge, not this water Adam and Eve vent bull crap. Stop adding. He doesn't have any relation to the text. He starts adding to what the scriptures, what the biblical, what the celestial, he's the ball, he's the biggest, ball camp channel, space weather news now, not suspicious observers. And he can do his stuff. I still watch the channel every day. My son used to say, why are you still watching? Because he still puts out peer-reviewed journal, and I want the other, I'll filter out his crap. So again, spiritual filter, celestial filter, calculator. Are you adding any of this up? They know this cycle. These families have held this reign for how long? These, 8 families, if you will, and they have almost nearly 50% of this rock's wealth obtained to their 8 families. So they're very good at what they do. They know this cycle's coming and they're ready for it. The main thing that if you look, their main concern is keeping their reign and rule over no matter what happens. They know if there's too many people on this rock that they will not survive. They will come with pitchforks, and that's what happens in these solar minima when this rock cannot produce the food for its populace. I don't care if they call it a war. I don't care what they call it. That's more eugenics. They get overthrown because the populace get hungry. And just like the only reason that people are staying in a prison or a jail cell is because they're keeping them borderline scurvy just enough. There ain't enough men or women in any one of these prisons. If they went hungry, they bust right out of there. You couldn't keep them in there. Hell no, you couldn't. Yeah, right. Get out of here. You don't know what hungry people will do. They stop thinking with their head. It almost comes off. They start thinking with that groaning, hangry. Get beyond that, and their head comes off. All they're thinking about is with their gut. Their head is gone. It's still there, but they don't use it. So, hangry. Might look into that when people mob rule, they start acting, so I'm pretty aware of where this is, what they've got this. They are ready for this. They're ready for this celestial event, and they're going to take this populace through this next change to bring in their tech and bring in their new monetary, digitally credit scoring and tracking and tracing every asset. And people will be like literal assets. They're already a corporation. People in American or Corporation America, divided, whatever you want to call it, it's corporation. They pay to kill people overseas with their tax dollars. Like they just slaughtered a whole Ukrainian generation with the U.S. bonded, debt slaves, tax, go to work, punch the clock, takes out the state. Those taxes in federal are taken and shipped over to Iran and Israel. That ought to really make you wonder why people would vote for a system where they're dying streets of their own citizens on their own, dying children, women, men, veterans. I'm a veteran, dying, and they're sending money to these both countries. And what you see going on right now in Iran is this is a very important time. I'm not calling for the end of the world. But if you know who General Wesley Clark is, and he called out for those 7 nations, the last one on that list was Iran. And here we are, hot, warp speed, saying, hey, we're involved in this. The Gentile Messiah. That's what they call this guy. The King of Israel. The dancing Israelis at the bottom of those 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. That's who did it. It brought us into all these oil wars. And he's here for the final Trump to bring in this new tech that his Uncle John had and taken from stinky muskrat Tesla. No, he can't even get a car to go 500 miles on his rusty dustpans driving down the road. And pause for the cause. Don't be mean, but you flip those cars off when they drive by. Now, I'm not talking about the other Teslas. I'm talking about those rusty dustpans. I don't care about the other Teslas. So be honest in the chat and be nice, whatever. We're not supposed to be nice. That means to be stupid. And I'm not telling you to be violent. You have the right to redress grievances. Who thinks those rusty dustpans are the ugliest things ever to walk? They're like a driving dumpster, and they rust. And why are they rusting? Not enough nickel, baby. Oh, they already got you. Rusty dustpans driving down the road. Anybody on us? I don't know what's going on in my chat, man. You guys been shut off. I really did get cut off. All right, let's change this here. What do we got here? Fun, super chat, super stickers, channel membership, gifting. Oh, we're not doing that. Top messages. Show the messages with potential spam remove. No, we don't want that. All messages. All right, we got all messages. All right, can we get a commo check here? Ooh, there we go. Okay. Anthony Godley was the last person. Oh, Goodly. Good. Oh, good for you. I was the last person to make a comment. FEMA is only thinking levels 2 camps. No, Bob, stop it. Where do the people all go from when the ping GG came to San Fran to Chinatown? How were all those people? What about the children in Lahaina? You seem to have forgotten. They like to do street sweeps. They do it all the time. And so, no, it's not just liberals. But you do want to remember Mr. 45, because you bring up a very valid point that he said that the number one threat during 4 + 5 is 9, 4 + 7 is 11. Oh, we got to go back in time if we skip Joe. Oh, wait, might go reverse. All right, we're playing a little Uno here. Don't worry. It's a game of cards to them. So it's like Gemini twins, like jokers in a deck. All right. You ever play 52 pickup smoking fire? All right. Anyway, so no, seriously, you might want to pay attention. What I'm talking about, like razor wire pointed in and out, keep people in. So, hold on there. Yes, we'll change the subject for that, for sure, Rob, because that's important. And I know that there's proof of the 6,000-year one that happened here in Christmas Valley where I'm at, because you can come out here to this crack and Fisher and see this earth was spitting out water, and at the same time. So we'll have that conversation. But no, they're not taking liberals. Jim Bob, I don't know if you even know what a liberal is anymore. Most people forgotten that liberal meant that you had an open mind. Not I wear granola, eat granola, and I drive a Subaru. I'm doing the Oregon one, and Rob's in Oregon. If he's over there in like blue green or blue jean or whatever, there's a like a hippie kind of liberal. No, if you don't drive a Subaru and eat granola and you're a vegan and you wear Birkenstocks, you're not a liberal. You're a high tech hippie or one of these trendy liberal. That's seriously, and I'm in Oregon. Rob, can I get what can I get a testify on that? Can I even, it's even up in Portland and stuff, this whole idea of a liberal, at least in Oregon. Maybe in your state it's a little bit different. See, I told you we're not, so I think your idea, and it's okay. I appreciate your comment, because back in the day we didn't care about red or blue. We didn't care if someone was more liberal, meaning, well, some people are in a down situation. We might need to help them and not just let them just get crushed, Trustafarians. But you see what I'm saying, Rob? I'm not sure how you are to Lane County, or, if you're over there on the other side of the 5. Remember, what is it? 70% of the populace lives on the west side of the I-5 corridor. I'm over here on this side. We're 30. This is the more growing side now. But over here, a liberal is okay, well, you need to leave now, Jim. I rebuke you. Get out of here. I rebuke you. You're partaking in the system and the beast. So you're the one of these people who votes to kill Ukrainian citizens, people in Iran and Iraq. Get out of here now, Jim Bob. Get out of here. I don't hang around snakes, vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. Get out of here, you voter. Go vote for your own enslavement. The system, these is the founding fathers warned us about this system now. The banksters, get out of here. Next thing you know, you're going to tell me Trump 2028, right? There's my 2 witnesses. These 2 thieves he warned he'd send to. Get out of here. I rebuke you. You vote for your enslavement, your own overlord. Get out of here, Jim Bob. I don't want to have any more conversation. They warned us that when the system that is not by Title 18 original adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate, if they're going to try to do anything to criminal, which is a term of accounting, there's no crimes being committed. This is a fucking corporation. Grow up, you idiot. This nation has been overthrown. Voting my ass. You think your fucking vote counts? Remember, Hillary's going to be the president, and then you got Trump. Remember, Al Gore, more presidential votes than any other president in the history of this corporation, and they gave you baby Bush. Leave, child. They warned us if this government became tyrannical as this one is, to overthrow it long ago. That is not only the right of the people, but it's the fucking duty. So you can take your duty shit stain somewhere else, all right? You're a child. We were already told to overthrow this one a long time ago. So this is a corporation, and until they return this to a constitutional republic, kiss my ass and get the fuck out of here. I'm tired of playing games with these stupid idiots. They're going to draft our fucking women in America. Leave. Nobody's mad. This is called passion, you dumbasses. They're going to draft our fucking women. What do you have to say about that? Speak on that right now or leave, you Americans. No, you're America. Speak on it. They're going to draft your women and send them to war. They just did it in Ukraine and killed a whole Ukrainian generation. Grow up. Speak about things that matter. Stop talking about Democrat and Republican and red and blue and playing stupid little fucking games with shapes and balls. Go juggle your balls somewhere else. Play your little ball camp and play your little crystal ball somewhere else. I'm not telling fortunes in here. Nobody's mad. That's called passion. They don't care how much you know. They care how much you care. So stop playing games. Don't come in here and tell me this. You vote for your own fucking enslavement. Get out of here. This system already should have been overtaken. First comes ballots, redress grievances. Congress shall establish no law. God-given natural law. This is what this is. Organic law, the land rights, or natural color law, Black's law. You don't know anything about this, do you? You love to play games. Okay, we'll get out of here. We'll get out of here. Okay, I'm not playing games. This is an adult-only live stream. If you cannot talk right now about the American women being drafted, and they just killed a whole Ukrainian generation of women with the U.S. tax dollars. Remember, sending money to Iraq and Iran. Oh, we're going to get out of there in 48 hours. Instead, you got the 48-hour jab now. The government loves you, and they're going to go personally fix you from the inside out like a snapback or a Velcro hat. Kind of like that jab from the first time around. 500-pound Russian gets the same size jab as the 58-pound Asian lady. Get out of here. Leave. I'm tired of being in people around people. I don't want to sup with vipers. That's what he said. You knew I was a snake before you let me in. So don't come in here and say anything stupid. I'll moderate you. This channel is going to take a major turn too. I'm not hanging around until these people of America speak. We're the bad guy in America. Go outside these frickin' borders. You ever left this country? Okay? Jim, I've already asked you to leave. Get the fuck out of here. Your state sucks. There's been so much hurricane, so much damage that the people are losing everything they fucking worked for, you asshole. Florida is people losing everything. You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot. People have lost everything, their retirement, because of too many fucking destructive things, and insurance won't insure them anymore. Just like the people in North Carolina who live on a fucking hill. How the hell do they have flood insurance? If the people at the bottom of the hill, dumbass, leave and take your DeSantis voting, go somewhere else. Remember, you vote for your own enslavement, your own overlord. You need a ruler, so go vote for DeSantis and get the fuck out of here. I already asked you to leave. This is passion. I only have a First Amendment right left as an American. Can't. So if you don't like it, too bad. I don't care. You can go find some other channel. I'm not mad at anybody. I was told to do this. Christ stood up against the same thing. Now, he didn't curse, and I do, because I'm a flawed man. And I've had some interactions. Right now, I'm facing the rest of my life in prison. My son and my daughter are missing. I can't even leave the country, and I've already asked to be put in witness protection. I have been harassed and menaced by the law enforcement locally because I stand against them. Did you protest the president during this VidCo bullcrap? Stand on the line and wear the X and wear the face diaper. Did you protest your elected sheriff to try to get him to stand with your businesses? Did you protest your governor? Do you have record of you protesting? Christ stood against it, and they threw him in prison. You don't know Christ. You don't know who Jesus Christ is. You don't know who the Hamashiach is. You don't know Halakha. You don't know Haggadah. He stood against the corporation. You've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. For feeing and fining for 50 plus years, we have gone around with 1,000 military bases in all 180 countries and strangled the nations and made them force like a mafia. Pay for this oil or we'll kill your children. You'll come over there and, U.S. soldiers will rape your women. And we won't talk about that on the news. Shock and awe, baby. Just see what you see on the news. The old Operation Mockingbird. You don't want to talk Afghanistan, 20 years. We ain't won a war since World War II. We lost Vietnam. We've lost everyone since we pulled out of Afghanistan. So don't talk about anything. Don't talk about anything unless you're going to talk about why you have allowed as a U.S. citizen to allow these women to be drafted. They just put 700 fucking military. Separify! Right, left, right, left, right. I'm a veteran, okay? And I'm not a military jar head. I couldn't put my head in the jar, okay? Wouldn't fit, okay? Maybe my head's too big. I'm an army pig, a military pig. First one in the battle, last motherfucking one to leave. Nobody knows war like the MPs. The Marines report to the MPs. So don't tell me this is war. And this is what this looks like. This is what this feels like. So talk about why our women are being drafted. How many more military operations are we going to get involved in as this corporate before they're going to have to send these women over there? Maybe Ukraine. Remember, they're out of women over there. They send the women into the meat grinder over there. Gone. The whole Ukrainian generation with the W2 tax dollar. Did you go to work? Were you a good debt slave? I bet you that idiot in here, Jim Bob, has a good old job. What was that guy came in here the other day? Oh, $500,000. Well, that 18% taxes, that's $198,000 you spent over to kill Ukrainian generation. Women gone. Average fighting age in Ukraine is 43. Oh, it won't happen here in America. It'll never happen. Oh, wait, they already passed the law. So speak up, you weak-ass men in America. Tell these people outside America, because this is a worldwide ministry. Tell these Americas, these people that we're the bad guy inside the walls of this corporation. Tell these Americans that they are the bad guy, because in these walls, we are the good guy. Only in America is America the good guy. Only ask people who are outside this country. Imagine being under the threat of the United States Navy, the largest now China has. We're not going to dominate any longer, are we? Ports, supply chains. Oops, it's all over. Put a fork in her. She's done. The corporation, Air Force, Army, Marines, largest, right? Been forcing people. I told you, 50 year, we'll bring them out. We'll come over and we'll just ask Libya, right? How that happened near Garden of Eden. Freaking paradise over there. Just destroyed what they remember, all those desalination, all those channels bringing in that, water off the ocean, all the growing the sorghum in the interior up near paradise. And we went over there because he was going to pay for oil with something other than the US dollar. So we have dominated mafia style. Ask people what it's like to live under the threat of our military to come just blow your children up. Casualties of war. Prisoners of war. I'm an MP. Last thing why we leave is we have the prisoners. We get to do the negotiations. Whoa, this is going on awful. Ask what's going on right now, huh? People think we're not at war. There ain't never been a war started outside these borders with a bomb falling. And we're not supposed to have any military outside our borders under this new covenant. So I rebuke my tourist service. It doesn't matter if we serve in it or outside. This system needs to stop. We have gone around and policed with 1,000 military bases in all 180 countries, forced everybody so people could stand on an X, wear a face diaper, lose their business as the big Target and the Tram Law, the Walmart get to stay open. No, it's not 24 hours, but nope, the bug don't get in there. Oh, now we're going to shut off all this stuff. You can't buy anything. You keep forgetting what they've done to you. So they did this. You're so free, America, right? Well, how come you were standing on the X wearing the face diaper and pushing your buggy down the aisle one way? And if you did that, the bug wouldn't get you. Remember all that stupid ass crap that they did? Speak up. What's wrong with you guys? Oh, there we are. Where's somebody speaking up? Man, they keep doing this. Okay, and Jim Bob thinks it's funny. All right, well, Jim Bob, don't be stupid. If you seriously vote in the next thing, please don't come back here. Anybody votes for their own overlord and enslavement in a system that's literally just people are paying to be ass raped by Big Bob, who they got a cock meat sandwich in their face, literally getting their lips split like fish hook from both sides. And Big Bob's got his bubby like a double stuffed Oreo. Is this funny now? Putting a quarter ride in at the Kmart, getting double stuffed like the Rocket or the Horsey. Is that really funny? Big Bob? We'll call you Big Bob. Cock meat sandwiches. You pay for that, Big Bob, right? Oreo, double stuffed in the American corporation. You're paying to get, double stuffed. How funny is that, Big Bob, Jim Bob? You know what a cock meat sandwich is? You ever heard of Harold and Kumar? What was that? I don't know what that was. I don't know. Shut up. Smoke my weed. They did that movie with George Bush where they broke in there. I don't watch TV. I threw my television away in the 1990s. So speak up there, Jim Bob. Tell me what a cock meat sandwich is. And do you think that's funny that U.S. citizen pays for his own enslavement and then to get double stuffed like an Oreo? Do you think that's funny, Big Bob? Because that's the system. When you vote for DeSantis, that's what you're voting for. You think you might want to withdraw your vote? Well, you can't. You already did. So you're not going to get any more words here unless you can actually answer some real ass questions, like getting double stuff from behind. I don't like movies, but maybe we refer to them because that's what's going on in this corporation. You're paying for your own enslavement. And then when Bob's got his big buddy who's double stuffing you like an Oreo, like a horsey ride at the Walmart, getting double cock, maybe it's a Rocket, and you got eating cock meat sandwiches, not just bologna, but truly, you're getting, imagine that. You're getting paid. No, you're paying for your own. And then the rest of the money got sent to, because you voted for it, got sent over to Iran and Israel and Ukraine. So Bob, speak up. Or do you got a big Bob in your you got in your mouth right now? You think maybe you better use your right to remain silent? Everything you say will and do be used against you. You could leave the can. It's out. It's irrelevant. Kick that can down the road. You can kick sand, pound rocks, turn those into sand. Don't build your house on sinking sand. Because I have the interweb, Lumpy. I watch blogs. A lot of people who do, I actually find that people who blog about something in the comment section, like that's you guys, if you even would pay attention, I find out just as good information, if not even better. Some people drop link, and so absolutely, I've learned more from other people than I could even study. I like the alternative view. This one, that one, that. I didn't even think about that. That's brilliant. And you normally find that in the comment section. So that's you if you'd actually put something intelligent in the comment section. This is 21. It's a shadow ban, but it should be 200 and some. It don't matter. You are one of those people if you'd actually speak up and put anything of any value, in the chat. People are watching. I've been that one. Hey, I've referred people in this ministry, like go into the comment section. So that's how I know about Big Bob cock meat sandwiches, because I've seen, I've never seen a whole episode of The Simpsons, and I don't know how many decodes I've watched in each one of those episodes. So I probably know a lot more than just the episode if somebody watched the whole thing, because they're watching with the rosy colored glasses, the They Live, I think, movie. They get Obey. They got the other, they don't see, they don't understand. They're in this whole other alternative reality, if you will. That's the masses. They think God's in the sky. There's nobody in the sky. Nothing has ever come from the sky. Never. They think they live on a planet. There's not one planet. Father never created one planet. At the time of the Hamashiach in the 12th century Rome, there was no letter J. The alphabet A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z was not the last letter added to the English alphabet. It was J. Who the hell is Jesus? Hell is what is known as abyss. Hell is knowledge. Hell isn't a place. Hell is knowledge. Hell is no knowledge. That's what hell is. Heaven's not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. It's not 2025. So I don't want to hang around people who are twisted. That's a Hebrew word, froward. That means to pervert. You're perverted. You tell me you're spinning around on a block or a ball, corkscrewing on this rock, third rock from the sun, corkscrewing through time and space, voting for your own enslavement, your own overlord, trusting the donkey or the elephant. This kind of went off with this liberal, I'm more conservative. That's the way I was raised. Don't give anybody your money. You earned it. Don't give it to anybody. I saw my dad. He was charitable. He would. I'm just saying, be wise. I'm serious. He well, you can get in the car. Don't talk to my sons. I'll shoot you. You want me to take you down to Taco Bell? I'll get you some food. Otherwise, get away from my car. No, I'm not going to give you $5. I'll take you down and buy you some food. He was charitable. He get people rides and stuff like that. He was very charitable, but no, they only come 20 in a pack of cigarettes. Get the fuck away. He was a pretty strong, rough dude. But anyways, apologize for the cursing. I'm not going to put up with this crap. Nobody wants to be real about it. At least I went down in history, is not being the silent majority. And I spoke up. They just killed a whole Ukrainian generation of women. And I've been speaking about this in this, here I did it over on, cool. So it's not what you think, brothers, sisters. This whole world has been perverted. Well, he's has enough emotional damage. All right, Bob, you can get the fuck out of here. I already told you to leave. Ban him, Don. Anytime you see Big Bob cock meat sandwich come in here, double stuffed Oreo, he couldn't even answer. You can answer my question. Maybe you can stay there, Big Bob. Make a comment on getting ass raped by some man, and now you're going to laugh at it. Guys, see, these guy thinks it's funny to get quarter rock like a horsey ride at the Kmart. This is the U.S. American citizen you have to live with. This is the one, guys. This is the person I warn you of. Probably very ill prepared. Probably don't have a water filter. Probably don't, and not self-sufficient. Doesn't, just totally dependent. And that's fine. So, all right, get out of here. Go ahead, Don. He can't speak up on why we just killed the whole Ukrainian generation. So don't ever come back there, cock meat, Big Bob, Jim Bob. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Let's have this conversation. What I just said. Do you know that's going on in this country right now? The American corporate merchant number bond, that's where you go to work. And each one of us are bonded by birth kin who sold us out to this corporation. You didn't know what happened, but it did. And now they've taken over that birthright, that bond of $1 million for, I forget the age cutoff. It's about, I think over 2 on this, whatever that age cutoff. You can look this up for yourself. But this is not a country. This is not a nation state. This is a corporation. And this has been going on for some time. And so if you get fined or you go to jail, they get paid for you to be there. And you're paying that out of your W-2 tax dollar bond or your corporate merchant number, which was taken from you by birth. So you don't have to like this, but this is the fact, Jack, and this is going on right now. So you're paying, if you're in a male prison and you drop the soap, well, you paid to get double stuffed like an Oreo, eat cock meat sandwiches, and Big Bob didn't want to talk about it at all, so I ain't going to have a conversation. Why are you okay with that? You know, we have more people locked up in America, prison and in jails than all the other countries on this rock. We got how much of the world's populace? You hear what I'm saying? This is the prison planet. They guarantee an 80% occupancy of private prisons before they're ever built. How the hell is that? 80%! It's these corporate thugs, these road raiders that are going around. Victimless crime. Do you know how many people that are sitting in a prison right now without a victim? The state is the victim. That's unconstitutional. You have the right to efface your accuser. What, are you going to bring this whole state against me? This is bullshit, brothers and sisters. What they have done to our constitutional republic is changed it into a corporation. Whether you know this is happening or not, it doesn't mean that it's not. This isn't a movie. So let's stop doing Harold and Kumar and Big Bob, and this is happening. This is happening. Okay. Well, that's just the way it is. That's how can we be the freest country and there's more people? Did you hear what I just said? Spastic probably think you're out of your mind. Oh, let's get him on Ritalin. Oh, we get him on some Adderall. He's spastic. No, he's got some energy. Leave him alone. You know, but you know what I'm saying? Spastic. How do we guarantee an 80% occupancy of private prisons before they're ever built? Here's how it's done. You have the right to face your accuser. There are how many people enslaved, millions, without a victim? This is unconstitutional. What they're doing in this corporation is actually by corporate law. It's fine. If you let them enslave you under a corporate name and you allow this, then you have given over your authority to them to do it. You go through their merchant or maritime law, go behind the galley and say, yes, I'm this capital letter name, and then that gives them the right to extort that merchant number. It's not rocket science, but this can't be happening. It doesn't matter. It is happening. Who do you think campaign funded Donald McScrooge, Mr. Moneybags? The Fortune 500 companies. That's who selected him. Remember, Billary was going to, be in office. And then overnight, look at that, Mr. Warp Speed, so he can be 45. Right on time to replay the 1945 final Trump ritual. 4 plus 7 is 11. 4 plus 5 is 9. If you skip Joe, President 9/11. Shouldn't be that hard to do the math. But yet these people want to run away from it. It's okay. I don't know. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes don't math to me. I told you, I do the math here. So there we go. Look at Lumpy. Good stuff. Look at this. Lumpy puts a U.S. was sold out and Washington District of Criminals. Washington District of Criminals. The banksters. Yes, Don Kahn's right. In our founding writers of the Constitution warned us about these banksters and they would be taking over if we did not. Remember, it was it Franklin who warned us that we had to keep the rights. And that's why we have a First Amendment comes first, so we can redress grievances, form well-regulated militias. Congress shall establish no law. It's Washington District of Criminals, not Columbia. No, Columbia, I know, just kidding. So prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, and of religion. right? The right to peacefully assemble so we can redress grievances, form well-regulated militias, right? So we can redress those grievances. First Amendment comes first, redress grievances, and if they don't redress grievances, first ballots, then bullets. Then the bullets come flying. And I'm not condoning violence. I'm just saying there's a reason the First Amendment comes first and the Second Amendment comes second. Well-regulated, heavily armed militias, First Amendment first, second, redress grievances, first ballots, then bullets. Notice why that comes first. You never give up your Second Amendment. Not only for the government, because ladies get the fuck off me. You, I'd hate for a lady after do that. Hey, that's kind of the equator. You know, a man can stick his, whatever, like a magic school bus in the open. I'm a military veteran. We have different military. I'm not saying that women aren't hardcore, and they nearly dislodge a watermelon out of a crack, and they leak nearly 9 quarts of blood or oil every month, and they still run like a freaking well-oiled machine. How's that even possible? I think I definitely would die. So women are hardcore, but like I said, you don't draft women, and they have a different military physical standard, and that's the equator, because if I could force myself on her and she should never have that would definitely, and I'd hate to have a woman to ever see her have to do that. So you weak ass men in America, once again, I'm calling you punk ass outs. They're going to draft our women. You don't think they can take the Second Amendment right? How about Bad Man Orange? Bump stocks? What part of shall not be infringed do you not understand? Red flag gun law. Oh, gee, I warned you about that, and they used that against me, didn't they? I don't have a Second Amendment right anymore. And I didn't shoot or violent towards anybody. As a matter of fact, they brought violence. They brought a whole SWAT team out and tried to kill me. Threw a grenade at my face at 45 seconds with no threat of violence to them whatsoever. Not even speaking to them. Only asking if my son was okay. And that ends up, Fourth Amendment violation, got hit in the face with a grenade. And here I am still standing today. So, hey, there's proof that Father can perform miracles right when you're on this rock. Or at least he did for me. I shouldn't even be standing here. I've been a prior special weapons and tactics certified by Metro LAPD. I've been a prior PIG law enforcement. I've been hit with the flash and with earplugs in my ear to drop your ass to the ground, nearly go to your knees. Not without hearing protection. That's an impossibility. I don't even know how it's physically possible, but you can physically see that it happened. Like, hey, I just found the other. I'm a little beside myself. I found the other pin. That means I only thought there was one of these thrown out here. That's what they broke out the windows on my motorhome. They must have thrown that through the window, and my son got concussed too. Isn't that crazy? My missing son, guys, and my missing daughter got flash grenaded without any threat of violence by the state of Oregon. I have proof of this. It's all was live streamed. I'm a live streamer. I've been doing this for some time. I live streamed the whole 240 some hours before they ever came out here with 25 men armed to the teeth. Appreciate whoever just gave me that cash up. And just so you know, I've already asked to be put in witness protection. I've already asked to try to locate my son. I have located my daughter's car. I've reported it to the police, and they will not go try to locate. So if anybody knows, I didn't mean to take it in this direction, but if anybody knows where Elijah Werner or Adriana Massey is, I've already reported them as missing to the sheriff's office, and they won't go. They say they know where he's at, but I don't believe that, because the council that I have appointed, when called there to go get my son and my daughter out of that situation where I thought they were kidnapped or killed, they won't take any action. They denied me service and did not go and even look for my daughter. Now, I had a passport at this location, but, this man said that where my daughter was at, that he never talked to my daughter. So if anybody knows the whereabouts, I've tried everything I can do, guys. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison, or I like my daughter right now, who was kidnapped in the state of Oregon, released her to our Lake County, released her charges. I have evidence of this. You guys want to see this is all live streamed on this channel under the former channel name Predestined for Light. We just moved it's the same content. Thai Desert Faith and Truth. I live streamed the SWAT raid. I just found this the other day. It was over a year ago that they SWAT raided this house with nearly 30 men, heavily armed, with multiple armored vehicles out here, and nobody resisted. There was no resistance. My son got shot with his hands in the air, and obviously I didn't know that they did this to my daughter. So I need some kind of, my daughter was released. the charges because they kidnapped her without a warrant. That is a kidnapping. I brought this to other legal counsel, and they've looked at it and 100% agree that was a kidnapping. If somebody could locate my daughter, she could go file a lawsuit today, and maybe that could be what she needs to find her husband if they've been separated. I don't know if they're together. There could have been something that I said that could have led this man that I tell you to kidnap my daughter, and that is that he has 40 pounds of my precious metals, my silver, where I told him to take some of this, not touch silver, but the gold, to get my son in this same situation where they're targeting now me, my son, and my daughter from this situation. He wouldn't bail him out, and I didn't want my son. I'd already know he had been shot. I didn't know that he had been grenaded like myself. Now, I don't think they hit him in the face. He had to go through the whole thing that I was telling you, where he came out. That man, what a smart young man to come out with his hands in the air. Son of a bitch, these guys, they hit him with this grenade because this was over near the motorhome where he was at. He called me, and I know because I can't hear it. Maybe some of you guys can go through my hearing's really bad, and I have a bad phone, and my hearing does weird things now because I got hit in the face with a grenade. This whole side of my hearing is like robotic, and it counterbalances, and I get some weird feed. Like with my eye, I can't read a penny to tell if it's a copper penny, or I can't read the date. I can't get my eye to focus. There's too much whatever. I think from what people have told me, it should have been the optometrist. That flash scarred the back of my retina, which is very thin, and that's why I'm seeing all this trash and hair in my vision, and it's always there, and I just have gotten used to it, but it doesn't mean that it's not. So this whole right side, like I said, if you go back to the live stream, I didn't realize that I was trying to hide what had happened out here to my viewers, and they went back and compared and looked at the old live stream and went, what's going on with your right side of your face? Pastor, your whole right side, is starting to, and it's because I'd had a stroke, and on the channel, I started leaking blood on the live stream, not from my chest, because I had to breathe 5 tear gas canisters after saying I would come out with no threat of violence, told them I would comply. They still lobbed 5 tear gas canisters into this ministry. And allowed that my dogs, I told them, first my son called me, then they called me, and 5 years I tried to get these people to call me. 5 years I have record that I've been calling the state of Oregon, Department of Justice, federal, county, all these things to try to get some action out here with this, and this is what they did. So I don't want to go into the whole thing. I'm going to move on here, but if anybody knows where my son or daughter is at, I have done everything except for literally filed a missing persons report. But I've already told the law enforcement, they know that he went missing. So what the hell is going on here? My daughter had her charges dropped because they kidnapped her that day without any warrant. You can't take somebody's body, and your right of Miranda rights, your right of your Fourth Amendment to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects, the right of warrantless search or seizure. They can't accost your body unless they have a signed by a judge, where and who, and an indictment signed by a jury indictment, and have before they can take your body and arrest your body, arrest your hands, and take you. They kidnapped my daughter, and I have proof of that. Now, I don't know any because I had a no contact order, but my son went missing in September when he was actually in open court, not physical body, but appeared by phone, because I documented all this as discovery on this channel, that he was in the courtroom over the phone in October, but I have the state police telling me he went missing back in September. When he was on the phone in October, something nefarious is going on. Very, very nefarious. And I know it involves this marshal who had my daughter's car, because he had said he never talked to my son or my daughter. And this is why I told the law enforcement to go look for my daughter. Then they refused to go get her, guys. And they're both missing. And I don't know what to do as a dad. He's in his 20s, but this whole case started when he was like 19 years old. And I have all the proof. I'm a prior pig, law enforcement thug. And I know how to document under the right of discovery and suppression of evidence. I've spent my plenty of time. 8 years in a courtroom in Lane County, if you want to see, going through custody battles for my son, you know, to get him in a better situation. I was mom and dad for nearly 8-9 years. So, you know, he was a good young man and still is to this day if he's still alive, but I don't even know if my son is alive or dead or my daughter's with him, if they've been separated, if they're suffering right now. I have to deal with this every single day. And I've done everything I could do except for getting myself thrown back in jail again, because I've already been now to jail twice, and I'm facing 6 felony charges for hindering prosecution, interfering with a peace officer, harassing the police, and menacing the all my charges aren't against you and society. It's against this law that's trying to prosecute my son, which I have the right under the 4th Amendment to protect him from illegal prosecution. That is called self or affirmative defense. Okay, I got to do something though, Livia. I'm going to have to do something. I just, because I've already reported it, guys. When I reported this to the legal counsel and said, hey, I reported my son missing, you know, to this sheriff's of Josephine County and my daughter, and said that my silver's there, my passport, that's a felony. They threatened me that because I have a no contact order, if they go there to do a welfare check and they say, hey, Elijah, and they check on him, now I have used them as to a third party to find out if he's okay, and I have broken a no contact order. And they threaten me that I'm breaking a no contact order by doing a welfare check on my son and daughter. And I was like, what? And so anyways, I'd called the counsel that I had appointed, Paul Palmer, which I don't want to talk about right now, and reported the incident. And he said, they can't do that to you. That's not right. I'll call them and I'll get the transcripts of the phone call, and they won't give it to him. How is that possible? Some appointed and some counsel is going to call with the bar number, attorney is going to call the sheriff's office about this incident, and they're not going to give him the transcripts. What the hell is going on? You know, when I actually spoke with that officer that day too, after getting threatened, he brought up this arrest warrant with my son, which obviously he has an open warrant. He missed his trial. I don't even know that was possible. He went missing in September. They told me he was in open court in October. They summoned me to his trial in November for a December trial, to a witness to go there in December. How the hell would they send me a summons, have somebody come out and serve me whatever a summons as a witness, if he went missing back in September and November? The whole timeline is screwed up. And I have contacted every person that I possibly can about this, from the feds, Department of Justice, the current governor's office, all these. I've reported this to the sheriffs. I've reported this to the state police. I've reported all this for years. And this is my final result. One whole, 385 days now? It's been a whole year, and they haven't even opened up the file. That's a right of due process. That's a violation of my 6th Amendment, fair and speedy trial. Adequate counsel. I reported this to this counsel that has been appointed and said, hey, look, my son is here. My daughter's there. This passport's there. There's 40 pounds of the silver. This guy, these sheriff's office, they threatened me, and they said that, well, your son has a warrant for his arrest, right? Yeah. Well, he's been seen as recently as February something on camera, which I don't believe that. How the hell would I believe that? If they had a warrant for his arrest where they could go arrest him, potentially 7 to 10 years, they could get paid on a contract with the arrest warrant. They came here and swatted the house to get him. Blew out all my windows, tear gassed, 5 tear gas canisters, threw a grenade in my face to come get him. But they're not him there where he's at, supposedly. And I'm reporting, this is where I said they wouldn't do it. I reported this to everybody. I finally do my own investigation. And I go down and I find my daughter's car there. And I'm like, holy shit. This guy said he never talked to my daughter or my son. He said he's been refusing his phone calls since like a year ago. Well, I went down there and I found my daughter's car there. And that's when I knew something wasn't right. I know when I went to go get my dog, because this guy took my dog off this property because he was choking from the tear gas and brought him down. I couldn't get my dog back. And then this guy's the guy who supposedly got my silver and went and bailed out my son with the gold and had my silver. And then he said they spent some of it. And I'm like, whatever. And then he said he had it in the back of his car. I'm like, oh my God, it's going to get stolen. I'm going to call. I didn't. So he supposedly has it. And then he flips the script when I go pick up my dog and says, no, I didn't take it. Adriana has it. And I looked at him. I said, look, man, I don't care. I'm here to pick up my dog. You know, I wasn't happy. My dog was in deplorable condition. But I looked at him and I said, you know, someday, Marshall, there's a guy I know. I said, it's a bummer because last time I had 25 pounds of silver taken from me, Marshall. Okay. This is like 40 pounds. And you guys said you had to spend some. I don't care. The amount doesn't matter. You said you had it. I've got all the proof that says you had it. Now you say she has it. I got to go, Marshall. I just had to drive. You know, I tried for months and months to get my dog back. That guy wouldn't give me my dog back. And he just came back in deplorable condition. So I'm looking at my dog. He got ticks all over his face. And I don't know. It looked like somebody burned his tail. I mean, he was horrible condition. But anyways, I looked at the guy and I said, look, man, this case is going to end someday. And I'm going to find out, and I'm going to talk to her whether you had that silver or she had it. Because now you're saying she has it. I don't care. I'm leaving. I'm getting my dog. I'm out of here. And that's what I did. But I looked him in the eye and said, one day, Marshall, I'm going to find out if you took it or she took it. Because I'm going to talk to her. This case is going to go on forever. I believe that's why he kidnapped my daughter back somewhere around September. And that's why her car ended up at his house. Now, when I went to his house, and he had never talked to neither of them, my daughter's car's there. In the spot where my son's truck, where he bought my son's truck earlier, was gone. And I'm like, what the hell's going on here? So I went there and did my own investigation because I can't get the cops to do anything. I can't get nobody to do anything to help my missing son and daughter. So I go risk this guy shoot. And I walk on this property, which is covered with cameras, and really risk being shot. But when I went in there and saw my daughter's car, I was so relieved. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to break this no contact, but they're alive. Fuck, they're alive, you know, or whatever, you know, and saw my daughter's car. And then I found him up on the top of the property, and his head was shaved, guys. I mean, he had a buzz cut, and this guy's had longer hair than the white Jesus picture of Jesus. I mean, total change. So we go over to his house, and I talk to him, you know, like, what's up with my daughter's car being here? You know, I thought you didn't. He said, oh, she sold me the car. I'm like, this is a car. My son modifies cars. He makes those sport, you know, this car has no modification. This is like a 40 mile to the gallon car. I wanted to buy it from. Little automatic Honda Civic hatchback. Excellent gas mileage. There's no modifications done to it. Excellent shape. Really nice little black, whatever cars. Nice little hatchback. Good gas. I've been wanting one just like that. So I even offered to buy it. She's like 5 or 6 hours away from him or something like that. Why would her car be down there? Why would she sell? Because when I asked him, like, why is her car? Well, she needed to sell me the car to get an attorney. Her charges were dropped back in September, guys. Her charges were dropped. The county dropped her charges. So I think what happened that day potentially again is when I told him and got my dog back and told him I'm going to talk to my daughter one day, he went and lured my daughter down there. And that's when I caught on to it. And I told this to the attorney. I told this to the, you know, to the Josephine County about how this situation, instead they turn around and threaten me with breaking a no contact, third party no contact by going and doing the welfare. Denied my call for service. I even told him, this guy has my passport. He said he sent it. And I know, go to Wolf Creek Post Office, and I guarantee you they've got the footage in there because they have cameras. You're not going to see this guy sending out this passport. That's a felony. Irregardless, I don't care about the shiny dirt. We'll figure that out later. I'm sure you'll probably find that and the gold because I don't think he even spent. I think he had the money and just went and took everything. And he's got that over my head now, or my son's head, because I don't know how the hell he's holding my son there. Why, if that's the fact that he was seen in Josephine County and he's missing with a warrant, would they see him on camera, not ping his phone and go follow him? I remember they're catching everybody that did all these protests, the hit and run people. Why in the hell would they not go get my son? If they got an open warrant for his arrest, my daughter's there, right? I don't know if they have a no contact order between each other. When my daughter's charges, they tell her that shouldn't matter. She should still be able to. What happened? Did my son and daughter take off in September? Is that, I need some answers, man. If you got a missing child or have had missing child or children, it's not an easy thing to live with. You know, I already have to live with all this other crap, being potentially facing the rest of my life in prison because I'm trying to help my son. Remember, I have no criminal record. I'm a veteran just standing up for the right of what is called affirmative defense to protect myself or my son from illegal prosecution. You can do that under the Fourth Amendment. You have that right. It's called affirmative defense. If they took you under, Title 18 and charge you under your Sixth Amendment, you would have the right. Your criminal and civil liability would be excused or justified. It's called justification or excused defense. They can't go after me for that. They're idiots. I will sue the living piss out of all the federal, the state, and the county. At this point, it's just gone too long. That's why somebody came in yesterday saying they were the feds. And we went off for an hour or so going, come on, come out here. And, I'm calm. I know where you're at. I'm going to ring your phone. People playing games. But look, the federal government knows about this case. So their ass is in a sling. Because if you see on the SWAT warrant, I called out the federal government. So I have a missing son and a missing daughter, and I need, hopefully somebody knows where they're at or knows something, anything, any lead, because when I actually went back down there, because they won't do anything about it, I called the attorney, and once it hit that year mark, guys, and that's fine. My phone will be pinged to that property, never had any contact. You won't see my phone's son it's all gone. Where my son was at, where I sent him to go get my son and my daughter. And this is a big place. There's a large property. It's just empty now. So any lead that I had on my missing son and daughter is gone cold now. And so I don't mean to go off on this, but I apologize because the other day I found this other pin. And I am so happy that my son did not get startled. He's not a veteran. Although he's a very, he'd be around me. The apple don't fall far from the tree. He's never been concussed with a grenade. And he came out of there, because maybe he already did. I don't know. I want to see the docu-cam. I want to see the body cam. I want to know which state trooper threw this, which state trooper threw this. Was this Lake County sheriffs that threw these? Why was this thrown at my son? Why did they hit throw this in that direction? I found this this one was found where the officer hit me in the face. This one I found over by the motorhome. I want to see the body cam footage of the SWAT team officer that threw this. And is that what broke out the windows? If my son, because that's what they were trying to do to me, was to startle me, to get me to come out with, is Marshall friends with the Marshal? I think so. Something's going on there. Don Con. So what is pre-recorded? So anyways, I never knew that my son got hit. And my daughter. I'm not okay with this. I'm not okay with this. My daughter and my son should have been taken to the hospital. Instead, they took us all to jail. So I don't even know if my son and my daughter are in their right mind now. This changes the fucking game for me. Marshall could have him. My son could be near freaking retarded right now. I only got to see him through that little flap, and he looked like a very blank stare. And I talked to the guys because I know he's alive after they shot him. They said he ain't eating no food. He's keeping I don't know. And my daughter too. That's bullshit. I want my daughter found so she can sue the SWAT team from the state of Oregon to get her life back. I'm not trying to be Sue happy. They kidnapped her. And obviously if this was thrown in that motorhome, she suffered without hearing protection, having this for no reason. She was not involved. They obviously dropped her charges because they fucked up bad by arresting her without a signed warrant indictment by a judge. That's a kidnapping. And that's why her charges were released. But this changes the game for me. It's one thing to throw this at me. I'm a veteran. I've been hit with gas and concussed and, flat. That's one thing. My son had done everything he was supposed to do times 2. And I was just dad staying separate in. Fuck you. You're not going to arrest him. Here's all the proof. Fuck you. We're going to do this. We're not going to have a standoff with weapons. Don't be fucking stupid. Keep your guns to yourself. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. Look at the fucking evidence. Here it is. Here's the 5 witnesses he did it with. Ping their phones. Here's the fire chief that he worked on the fire station. Go out and do some investigation. Here's all the proof. You can't arrest him again. You already did it once illegally, and I got the proof. I have under the right of affirmative defense to protect him from legal prosecution. Fuck you. You're not arresting him. I don't care if you issue a warrant. It's not valid. I warrant his body here because I'm not wanting him to get ass raped and eat cock meat sandwiches in jail when I have the proof. Get double stuffed like a fucking Oreo. So I'm not going to let it happen. I'm his father. I'm his dad. And I, under the right of the Constitution, under his Fourth Amendment right, I have the right of affirmative defense. The legal description is self-defense. I can protect him. He can't protect himself. He's not doing anything illegal. You need to look at his fucking evidence and stop running around. And look, guys, it's been 6 days. They SWAT raided this house, and I pleaded them not to kick this into this courts. We could deal with this without pushing it in the courts. They're the one who pushed it in the courts. They're the ones who were violent. And over a year, this case has never even been opened up. And now my son and daughter are missing. So they brought the violence. They brought the guns. My son wasn't being violent. Look at the fucking SWAT raid. His hands were in the air and they still shot him. I didn't know. I just found this the other day. So it's one thing for me to know they came here to shut me the fuck up so I don't ever say anything about these rich farmers that are getting delivered illicit things out here in this desert by the cops. The rich people are running the cops and they're delivering this, the son's delivering these illicit things picked up at the airport. Little birds speak and things seen out in a little tiny town. This is what I've been pointing out, that the farmers are paying off the cops. And I've called the feds about this years ago, about the corruption in this town of the law enforcement because they're paid off by the farmers. The elitists. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness, the rulers of the darkness of this world. I'm only doing what Christ did. I'm only doing what Father told me to do through Shiloh. Do not partake through Ephesians 5. Partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Expose them. There's no body cam footage. You can find the SWAT raid of what I filmed. So you'll find it on the playlist there's 2 separate videos. The last arrest where they arrested me for harassing and menacing the police and some fake court date. And already been appearing every month, once a month. And already made my appearance that month. They go, oh, you had another court date. You missed. I didn't already appeared in court this month. So you see them. I didn't just let them put their hands on me. And that's what they do. They love to go hands on, baby. So I recorded that too. There's the last arrest where I bailed myself out of jail. I've never bailed myself out of jail. That was a first. Hey, I did it. But I'm out and I've been out since then. And ever since then, I've tried to locate my son. So you can find the SWAT raid on the playlist. It's separated. And you can see that they violated my Fourth Amendment right in less than 1 minute. So this case would be dropped. As soon as it gets opened up and it gets looked at, it will get dropped because you can't hit somebody in the face. I was not communicating any threat to them. I was not moving towards any weapons. They were actually live streaming this thing, or I was live streaming. And so they had in their discovery, because I don't think I've gotten all the discovery, which is the suppression of evidence. They can't do that. But under the right of discovery, suppression of evidence, I've been given some redacted discovery or evidence. And again, it does show that, like I said, that they were streaming or on the stream. They had drones over this ministry. They used an excessive amount of money and an excessive amount of force to try to shut me the fuck up because I'm a constitutionalist and say, fuck you. I don't care about these cops out here. These cops are pigs and they don't get to run these things illicit. The government runs more of it. And why are these farmers getting a free pass? How come they get to get a little bump or toot or whatever? And these others out here get arrested for the same damn thing. Oh, no, they're clean as a whistle. They don't do that. They're farmers. They dress nice. And people, they're dressed in a suit. You know what I'm saying? They're dressed in a suit. You know, what did somebody say? I heard this the other day. You know, Donald Trump could fall off a building and land into a suit, right? So people who, they did that. So they were in here on the live stream, which means they know what I was doing and they were watching it. They actually were trying as hard as they could to wear me out for week after week to try to wear me down, to get me off of my live stream so they can come out here and eliminate me like Lavoy Finicum. Period. That's why I said to the state trooper, stop looking at me, you stater pig. I'm talking to your leader pigs in your Camry. I'm not fucking Lavoy Finicum, you hear me? That's what I said. You can fill out the FOIA request if you want to, and you know, it's public information, and get that docu-cam footage of that state pig trooper who told me my son went missing in September when he was in open court in October. What the? So I use my constitutional rights. They trample on them. At least I stood up and used or asserted him, and I didn't go down like a slave on my knees. If I face the rest of my life in prison, so be it. My day of death, everything Father is creating right now is on him. So I'm not mad at these SWAT officers. I want accountability. My son should have never been shot. My daughter should have never been taken from this property. They never planned on arresting her. They plan on killing me or shutting me up. Why did they take out my vision, my hearing, and my breath? They didn't want me to say anything. Their plan that they bragged at the lodge is they were going to come. You guys, the local people are like, what the fuck is going on here? Holy shit. All right, so people come to me, I never seen that many armored vehicles and cops. I've been out here longer than you, dude. You'd have thought it was the end of the fucking world, man. They went up and had a big party at the lodge and ate big steaks and had a big old party. They were getting all charged up and all fired. They had a fucking plan A. These state police are thugs, brothers and sisters. So if you look at this, what that went on, okay, they wanted to shut me up because I'm pointing out that these pockets and Dinsdales and Guthers and churches, it's not all of them. But these elite get delivered little and all these little other things to say they can farm 24/7 as the locals run it here. Yeah, the local sheriff's son is running this shit in this town. And so is he, the guy that retired recently, caught on the job with the same, product that I was telling you that he was. Are you investigating? Why are you hanging out at these people's house that distribute this? Are you doing an investigation? Rourke retired my ass. That dude was caught on the job, and now he's fucking retired. I want to know, what about that dead pig out here, huh? Was he pointing out? Is that why he disappeared? I want the fucking feds out here. And I've been trying to get him out here before the SWAT raid for years. I want accountability for that cop that was shot out here. Did he get entangled with what was going on with Tom Rourke and the farmers out here? We got a dead cop out here in this whole mix, so you know. It's not like this case is just some small. This is probably one of the largest case to ever come out of the state of Oregon. What they did out here was cruel and unusual punishment. This is a right of due process failure. This is attempted murder. At the very least, excessive force. I'm a prior special weapons and tactics. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. Unless somebody's threatening you, coming after you, you're not. You don't have any right or justification to just hit me in the face with a grenade. Again, they were watching the live stream. They had drones over this house. They had multiple armored vehicles. They had 20 plus, probably 5 state troopers, and the pig thug county followed them out here. And so we got like 30 guys out here, and I pled for hundreds of hours, years. Look at the evidence. Innocent until proven guilty. Here's all the evidence. I'm not having a standoff. This ain't some fucking Waco, Texas, you dumb fucks. I know you're watching this. They're down at the end of my driveway. These state troopers literally surpassed the access road and drove on my fucking property. And I recorded this. All of it. And instead of getting a gun, which I was not armed, and killing those 2 state troopers in that truck that day, which would have avoided me being assaulted, my son being assaulted, my daughter being kidnapped under my right of affirmative defense under the Title 18 adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate, okay, have the right to protect my property. And if I think that somebody's going to cause harm to my 4th Amendment right, persons, papers, houses, or I don't give a fuck if they're a pig. I don't give a fuck if they're the county, fed. I don't care who the fuck they are. You can't come on my property. And these people were literally stalking me. For weeks on end, I was pleading them, do not bring men with guns in here. I have all the proof. I have only not the proof that my son did it once, but you didn't listen, and he did it all again. And now you're trying to throw him in prison? Fuck you. You ain't throwing him in prison. I have the evidence. Fuck you. You're going to look at this. You're trying to railroad him. This ain't happening. Bullshit. I called the county that he was in and said, if you arrest him, I will take his body before you ever get him. You understand? He's 3 or 4 hours away from me. Kresha Brunsman, head of probation. You're supposed to be helping this man. He already did his probation twice. There's the terms of release to be relieved into your fucking county, and I didn't curse it here. I said that was the terms of release. He had to do the probation to come there. He would have said something on his action plan at 6 months. Kresha, there was no reporting to Sheriff Dumar and Officer Black and paying $100 for community service. Nothing was said until month 33. This is bullshit. My son already did this, and now you're saying he didn't. That's bullshit. I have all the proof. Here it is. And they didn't want to look at it. I even called her and said, look, lady, I don't give a fuck. You're the head of probation. Your job is to help these people get off probation. He tried to call to get these 180 hours. He can't get anywhere because they don't listen to him. Now I'm calling you because I've already called over there and called these people don't want to talk to me or anybody. And now I'm calling you. And I actually had conversations before she sent my shit to voicemail. It wouldn't take my phone calls anymore. But I explained to her in detail, you're the head of probation. You need to call over this Lake County. That's impossible. He came into your county. That was the terms of his release. He couldn't leave the county until all his community service, road crew, work crew was done. If he had more to do, it would have said it on his action plan. He was on felony supervised probation. If he would have missed anything, it would have been a PV. Bullshit. Your shit stinks. You're fucking out of line. You're just pissed off at me, and I know what's going on. You always attack him because you're mad at me. Why don't you fuckers just come deal with me? But anyways, I said, I have voicemail, said, look, Kresha Brunsman, the head of probation in Lake County, if you issue a warrant for my son, he's 3 or 4 hours away from me. You got a whole SWAT team. You got a whole police department. You mark my words, Kresha Brunsman, I will arrest his body before you ever get a chance to have him. And my warrant to save him from getting fucked in the ass for no reason. Literally, you're not going to arrest him. Now, you already arrested him once, Kresha Brunsman. You could have gave him 1 day of jail time, and I already talked to you about this. Instead, you gave him 3. The max time, and you're not going to do this again. You're not going to put my son in fucking prison because you don't agree. You don't want to keep track of your own system. I've been telling him to get printouts of this, and not one of you would give him a printout of anything. I actually have proof that Kresha Brunsman, the head of probation, said my son only had 30 more hours in an email, and then he did 100, and they still told him he didn't do it, and he had more hours to do. They kept moving the goalpost on him. So they eventually just said, fuck it, we're issuing a warrant for his. He still had time left on his probation to finish the supposed hours that he started redoing all over again. So this criminal Lake County was never contacted by the head of probation, and I kept my word. When my son called me and he said, Dad, they want me to come in early. You know, you got a good instinct. I said, son, they're going to arrest you. Well, what do you mean? I said, look, I already called Kresha. I know what's going on. If they want you to come in early, they're going to arrest you. I want you to go online. I want you to see if they've issued a warrant for your arrest and then call them. Okay. Don't, figure out what's going on and then call me back. So anyways, he talked to me, said, yep, Dad, they want me to come there. And they said, and yes, there's a warrant for my arrest. They took the downward departure and they're going to send me to prison. And so, I either can, report there or come out there and come out to Lake County. And I just got off the phone and said, just Elijah, get in the car now. Don't go there. Come here. We'll get it figured out. I know you're doing it all over again. And he had his wife with him too, doing all this work too. So he's not getting credit for her hours, but she's working 5 days a week, my daughter, and then working 2 days a week with him to try to appease these fucking courts from throwing him in prison. Okay, so, whoa, what happened there? Okay, but anyways, he comes here and he said, look, Dad, I have to surrender myself. I said, son, I'm a fucking veteran. Don't you ever say that to me ever again. We're going to figure this out. You're not going to give me your keys. Well, I don't have he brought his wife too, unbeknown to me. I didn't know he was going to bring his wife. I thought he would have left her there or whatever, dealt with the situation. But obviously, if he thought he was going to have to turn himself in, she came. I took her keys. And I said, you're not going anywhere. I said, if they're going to throw your husband in prison for 7 fucking years, you're going to sleep next to him. And I went over and I took the battery out of her car and I said, you're not going anywhere and you're not going anywhere. And I put them over in the motorhome and I made sure that they weren't in this building, that there was not even a fucking knife in there, a butter knife. So they cannot hurt anybody. So if they went in there and they were in there, there was no weapons. They were not a threat to anybody. And I gave them a separate place where I had a shotgun and a 308, but behind, totally never even fired it. And that's what that day I had never even fired them. They were so dusty and dirt. They just never been. I have them here to protect the animals. Now, I don't need to have a weapon to feel secure, you know. But anyways, they're for the animals. So, like I said, either way, you know, that day that they showed up, I want you to know, this is bullshit. Finding one and hitting me with this, but what they did to my daughter, because I've had some time to seriously think about this, brothers and sisters. My son has never been gassed or grenaded. I have. I'm a veteran. It's one thing for me to react, but man, he did so well. And so did Adriana. Okay? So did Adriana. He could have easily got shot. I told my son that day, son, they're coming that night. Do not resist these people. I don't care if we both end up in prison, son. We have to let Father use our bodies. Remember the thief on the cross. Who are we to say? Elijah, you need to let Father, no matter what happens in this case. And he said, Dad, I understand what you're saying. I said, I love you, son. I appreciate that. You know, be the vessel, son. Be the vessel. And he said, okay, I got you. And so he was getting a little stressed out here. Like I said, they're threatening us. They're driving, just stalking us for weeks. And I've got all the proof because I live stream every fucking bit of it. And I didn't curse for 2 weeks. And I have 2,000 hours plus without ever cursing one time in this ministry. So I apologize. It was 2 weeks into this menacing me and harassing me when I'm trying to show them I have all the proof. Don't kick this into the courts. Please don't bring men with guns here. I have all the evidence. I have the right, you know. So when they came out here that day, they didn't have a warrant for my son or my daughter's arrest. They tried to rattle me because their evidence against me was if backed into a corner, I would strike. I have the right of the Fourth Amendment to do so. I didn't do anything of the sort. I made it very clear that this was not a Waco standoff. This was a stand-up using my First Amendment. I have all the hundreds of hours documenting this. This isn't some armed standoff. Don't bring fucking guns here. I'm not wanting guns. I want somebody to sit down and talk about these hours. Okay? And somebody, please. This is totally out of line. Let's call it a clerical error. We won't sue you. Let's just get it figured out. At first, as I say, it's a clerical error. Oh, you made a mistake. There's something in the system, but it's obviously had to do it. It would have said on his, you know, I've already went over all the documentation. That's what I did for hundreds of hours. They still SWAT raided the house anyways, because the idea was to come in here and to shut me the fuck up about these farmers that are getting these other illicit things in this town being distributed by the police department. Fuck it. Let's not beat around the bush. And when you stand up during the COVID and you hold protest against the sheriff's office and say, you're a lazy fucking pigs, get off your ass and protect these fucking businesses. We already had 2 to 3 million businesses closed down in this country. This is the second, not the first time flatten the curve. Get the fuck off your ass, you lazy pigs. Protect your fucking right of Constitution. Oath. You took an oath. Serve the fucking public. Stop standing down. You could do anything during the COVID. Nearly run over somebody. Well, you couldn't do that. They didn't do shit. So fuck the police, man. You never heard a song called Fuck the Firefighter, have you? No. Remember, a firefighter will run into your house and save your daughter, your wife, your cat, your shit. They probably even save your gerbil, and they ain't even thinking about their life, are they? Selfless. All officers care about is officer safety. Those are the two stupidest fucking words I've ever heard in my life. Officer safety. Find another line of work, you fucking community pig servant. You're not. You're tyrants. They stood down during the COVID. Okay? No great police to force. They're fucking tyrants who enforce corporate law. There's not one good cop in this country. Not fucking one. This is the founding writers of the Constitution warned us about a standing army. It's called these state pigs. Yep. It's called the Department of Justice. All these alphabet soup agencies armed to the fucking teeth, all down to the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. Okay? The state pigs, the deputies, the elected sheriff, and all the fucking city pigs. So fuck you, you bootlicking pig licker. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you pig licker. Fuck the police. Did you hear what I say? Hey, at least when I was a pig, I couldn't put my hands and stick my hands down a fucking woman's pants. The definition of a gang was a heavily armed 6 or 8 or more group of thugs, heavily armed, going around and harassing, extorting the general public. All wearing the same thin blue line. Fuck off, you pig licker. Get out of here. You boot licker. You like that other person in here earlier. Get out of here, Dirty Dave. Don't tell me to, what are you, a fucking doctor? Trying to medicate me? You want me smoke some of the space rocks? Hit that dragon pen with your glycol? Get the fuck out of here, child. Tell me how to medicate. Yeah, go smoke your space rocks, your genetically modified dispensary bullshit. Fuck off. Tell me to smoke a bowl. How about pound sand? You like that? So don't build your house on sinking sand. You don't even use probably medicinal cannabis. Medicinal cannabis is not this bullshit that's going on in the dispensary. So I don't want to hear your bullshit. Tell me to smoke a bowl. I'm fine. This is called passion. Nobody's angry. Is your fucking son missing and your daughter missing? So don't speak up about anything. Wow, you're a sick fuck, Nathan. Get out of here, you Muslim. Go hang out with Donald Trump with the kitty touch. 3 steel buildings with airplanes, and you ain't saying shit about the TSA. You're a fucking failure. You know that? People need to prepare is preparing to fail. What have you done about our children's, little bouncy balls being rubbed? Our little girls' slots being rubbed? Let's point at Nathan here. What's going on with Nathan? Why the fuck does he not care about the TSA still touching your little girl's slot? Remember, I said a man could put his hands down a woman's pants. They can now. And they make a fuck about, hey, we either radiate your children or we're going to touch their little bouncy balls, maybe juggle their little cherry tomatoes and touch your little girl's slot. Nathan, speak up, you fucking loser. Speak up. Why are you okay with that? You saying I do. What about these TSA? Has there ever been a child, Wright brothers? If I'm not wrong, but I am right, there's never been a child strapped with an ordnance ran into anything in the air, correct? And you're okay with that. Still touching children's. So get out of here. You're a sick puke. You know that? So terrible. Remember, Elon Musk said that Donald Trump's doing it. He said Donald Trump's doing it. Remember, he's been to the island. You want to speak up about that there, Nate? Dog? That's my dog. You ain't no dog. You got no bark. You ain't got no bite. So here we go again. This guy wants to go to the nursing home. See, I told you this guy's a kitty fucker. Like kitty touch, like a Catholic priest, kind of like Muslims. The Quran was written by Catholics. So, Nate, are you Muslim? Throw your kids in the fire, eat your kids? Remember, Tammuz was the son of Satan, and his mom had sex with her son like rabbits. You like rabbits? Okay, so Nathan, you're not answering my question. I won't allow you to stay here. I'll moderate you. You got to answer the questions. You got to have to answer the questions here. So tell me this. What do you know the women being drafted, Nathan? Are you a U.S. citizen? Tell me something about the women being drafted. You want to talk about kids and touching the kids. Let's talk about the women. Drafting the women. Or you still want to just talk about kids? Pretty sick, twisted mindset. Nathan, talk about the women being drafted in America. Talk about something that actually matters. Or get the fuck out of here, man. Your energy is swine, and I don't cast my pearls in the mud. So, remember, he said you knew I was a snake before you let me in. Your presence came in. You hissing and pissing, and so, remember hot cross top buns, sugar daddy rituals. So, who's your daddy? Who's your master? Why are you talking about kids? Why do you think I have anything? My fucking kid is missing and my daughter's missing and you're talking about me touching kids? I don't think you give a fuck about kids. There's dying kids in the streets of America and they sent how many hundreds of $billions to Ukraine? Trump just said another $1 billion and they're funding Iraq and Iran. There's kids dying over there, right? Israel's been bombing the fuck out of Gaza. Hospitals and schools. So I don't think you give a shit about kids. So don't talk about kids because you don't know what you're talking about. So what does he have to say? Watchtower feels personally called out. At least we know dude's fan base is like. Does anybody have any idea? Does anybody make a comment on Nathan not answering my questions? Why do people do this? Nathan, answer my question. Well, last time I will personally make sure you don't come back here ever again. The drapes match the curtains when it comes to fake confidence families. Okay, so Nathan, talk about the women being drafted or the children being touched, their slot little girl or their little bouncy balls. Talk about that. See, this is the sick, twisted fucks we live with, brothers and sisters. He's finding his pleasure from pain. That's sick, man. I've pointed this out on this channel. This is the society you live in, where these people literally derive pleasure from pain. That's where they get their rocks off. It's sick, isn't it? What kind of people would do that? Well, Father created most people go to hell. Most people are vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. So I'm not trying to change, Nate. I'm just trying to show you how it is to be patient, and kind. I'm trying to give him an answer. We should work together. I really wish Nathan would speak up about our little children's balls, bouncy, tomatoes being juggled, or the little girl's slot, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't want to talk about it. So you can know him by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover, right? You'll know them. So Nate, everybody's watching you now with your fan base. This ain't no fan base. This is a ministry, you idiot. So speak up about little girls' slots being touched or women being drafted. If you can't, watch where feeling a little cold. So, okay, what does this mean? Watchtower feeling a little cold. He already repeated himself. He already said that. Does anybody know what that means? Because he isn't making any sense. This is the sick, twisted fuck that just a second ago said, look, I got him pissed off. So, Nathan, we know you by your fruit. You couldn't even answer the question, man. You need to turn your hearing aid. So, all right, there we go. So all you can do is talk about kids, Nathan. You're a sick individual, I can tell you that, because all you have on your mind is kids. So we know you by your fruit. Everybody in the room can see you. It can see all you want to talk about is diapers. Well, maybe you got to think for diapers. You go to the nursing home or the nursery. Either way, you get diapers. You got to think for diapers. There we go. See? I told you, right on time. Look at that. Thank you, Father, for the impeccable timing. Nathan, you got to go. I'll give you a chance. If you say anything else, I'll just go ahead. I said it once, and I'm just being patient. We're just showing to the room. You'll know them by their fruit. You keep talking about kids. I don't know what your infatuation with the kids, but it's not okay to touch kids ever, Nathan. You're blowing your own cover, okay? Don't touch kids. It's never okay to grab a child's junk. And if you ever cared about it, you probably speak up, and you won't. So, hey, speak up. Say it, or the women, and he won't. Guys, watch. I mean, this is called brutish in nature. Christ would call this person an ass, a brute beast. They have an unwillingness to learn. They're stubborn. You can't teach them or tell them anything. They don't want to learn. So, Nathan, Christ would call you a brute beast, and you're acting like an ass in front of everybody. Are you happy with your results? Did you reach your happy ending? Did you get your happy ending? Did you get your rocks off your pornea, your idolatry, Pornhub or whatever chain you're pulling there? Is it all over the screen? Are you having a sex orgy ritual like they did with man, beast, and woman? All right, maybe he doesn't have anything. Maybe he will address it. Maybe he's a she. You never know in this day and age. Hey, Raggedy Ann wants Andy's button, and Andy wants her pocket. So. What do we got going here? Lumpy, that sounds fun. Right on. And car. Nice. All right, good. We're having some conversation amongst each other. I guess Nathan gave up. Oh my God, I can't even. Well, which God are you referring there to, Sullivan? Are you talking the one that Donald Trump has house decorated when he refers to God, Apollyon, Satan? Oh my God. God is a title. There's no O's in Hebrew. So stop shoving your square peg in the O hole, or maybe the A hole. Stop adding to the word. There's no such thing as God. Grow up, child. God is a title. I'm a veteran. So, about pace. That means 180 degrees, like to repent. You got to turn from your ways. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Lord's a pagan term, by the way, too. No O's. A, E, I, O's or U's, vowels. See ya. Adios, muchacho. No, all right, let's go back on to this 923 ritual. So what happens when they put you in a work camp? Let me be the crazy guy, the Noah, for a minute. It never even rained on this rock. That man scoffed at for decades. I'll be the Noah. So what are you going to do when they put you in a Walmart work camp? What's your favorite flavor of Walmart lollipop? They're doing it again. Do you know anything about the 923 executive orders that Obama passed? Executive Order 11004 allows them to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. And they already did that before. So I'm not going to talk to you if you're not talking about that. Okay, listen to what Sullivan said. I don't think it's going to matter because you're going to continue to talk the way you talk and not the way Jesus. Well, who the fuck is Jesus? See, once again, you're a lollipop idiot, Sullivan. There's no J's in Hebrew or Greek, so you can go now. You're excused, okay? And it doesn't say talk in love. The word is agape. You're an idiot, religious idiot. So please leave. I don't hang around religious people. I don't sup with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. The Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. So go hang out in your church somewhere else with one of your Christian Satanists or your Catholics. That's a Satanist. Mormons, Satanists. There's no such thing as prophecy. We're not supposed to celebrate any one single day. Don't speak up anything in the word. How about this, Sullivan? If you're so skilled in the mindset of to know the glossa, the dialectus, the tongue, tell me what these two words mean. Halakha and Haggadah. If not, don't you ever speak about Christ's word ever. Ever. I can tell you there's no letter J's. So, and there's no O's in Hebrew. So you have already broken what he said in Revelation not to do. So you tell me what the word halakha and Haggadah means. Because if you don't know halakha and Haggadah, you don't know Jesus Christ. You don't know the Hamashiach. You know some other Jesus. Even Paul warned. So I am the church. Mofo. Okay. Well, tell me the words halakha or Haggadah or you got to go. If you don't know what those true words is, you don't know Jesus. You don't know anything about Christ, obviously. If you don't know the words halakha and Haggadah, you don't know Christ. I would suggest you don't start adding a jot or a tittle or any vowels or the letter J didn't exist at the time of Rome. So you're an idiot. So, and it's not over the name because name is the word Shem and it's all 66 of the canonized books. So tell me what halakha and Haggadah is or you got to go. Sullivan, you got to get out of here. You're a religious idiot. And I don't sup with vipers or he cast out the unclean truce. The man said he was legion, many, not a demon. You're an idiot. So go, you got something right. But if you can't tell me what halakha and Haggadah is, get your fourth point of contact and don't ever come back here. I don't want you here. Pointing you out. You use words that are not in the scriptures. Letters that were not there. He said, don't even add a period. Well, he said jot. And if you can't tell me what halakha, you've had enough time to research it. So you're slow, Sullivan. Don't come back. Just don't say anything else. You can sit there and shut up and be quiet, but don't say anything else. I will ban you. Okay? And we don't permanently condemn anybody permanently from the channel. You'll have a chance to come back if you'll shut up and maybe come back and two girls at a cup, leave your shit at the door. You're going to come in here and open up your mouth about something. You better know what halakha and Haggadah is before you come over here to High Desert Faith and Truth. Otherwise, you're not welcome here. You don't know Christ. You don't know the Hamashiach. There's more than one Jesus. There's many. So which one are you going after there, you idiot? Idiot's not an insult. Grow up, child. Be 7. There's 7 things in the scripture that it tells you to do. When you do those things and you've come back and you can repeat those and list all 7, I might let you come back here, Sullivan, because iron sharpens iron and I don't sup with vipers. So don't add letters like J. There's no such thing as Jesus. No, there's not. There were no vowels in Hebrew or Greek. So you are adding, you're doing exactly the last thing he said not to do. So you ain't going to get anywhere in here. Take your religion somewhere else. They're all vain. That means worthless. So I don't do any of them. I rebuke all of them. They're all in apostasy. The 99% of them celebrate. And we're not supposed to celebrate anything under this covenant, not one single day, especially the celebration of one's self. That is the Greek word porneia, idolatry. He divorced his bride Israel for that same exact thing. And God's in the sky. So let me ask you, where's God? Cracker Jesus, Sullivan. Your let me she, they, them, titty Jesus, birthed in the middle of the winter. April Fools. New Year's in the middle of the winter. It's not 2025, Sullivan. Go play your little Sex Pistol Jesus somewhere else. Let me see your decimi. Everybody get their hands up. 10-toe or deck. All 10 fingers. Oh my. Oh my. You're not going to make it in here. I don't sup with vipers. So if you're a religious idiot, leave now. I don't care which denomination you are. They're all vain. Just like there's not one good cop, there's not one good church. No, he said it. He didn't dwell in temples made by hands. So he's not in a physical temple. He used to visit one day a year. He, Father, doesn't have breasts. He birthed Shiloh, right? The redeemed one come redeem the bride. Christ, the Hamashiach, he didn't have breast. But their God has breast. It's the 3-in-1 transgender God. So is that the Jesus you go after? Is that the God when Donald Trump says God? That's the God he's speaking of. Satan, the sun god, Mithra, at the time of Rome, where there was no Jesus. There was no letter J. Remember? Wow. John? How would you say John then? Yahukanan? Do you speak any Greek, any Hebrew? Probably not. So don't even speak of anything in this chat unless you've actually defined, and you only study out of one book. There's only one accepted book. One. Everything else, burn it. No, don't burn it. Put it in an archive. Save it for later. Let somebody else study the blasphemy, watered-down version of the milk. If it's not the interlinear Textus Receptus, the accepted text that was canonized in the 12th century, where they literally pulled every word out and defined it, there's my 2 witnesses for you. Get out of here. He said guard his commandments. That's what I'm doing. Don't add a jot, so don't come in here and tell me there's such thing as a planet. There's such thing as Jesus. There's such thing as God. These words weren't written. The word Bible, that means book. It wasn't written in paper form. Nobody ever held it in. Go on. I rebuke you. You're being rebuked by what is the word called aletheia. That's what we're supposed to do. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. Expose them. Rebuke them with light. So is that what that idiot earlier meant by watchtower? So, wow, we got so many. Man, this thing sucks. The feds are already watching. Rusted. So, okay. Yeah, we want your teaching us because you'll be yelling at us all. We're scared and upset. All right. Sullivan is still in here. Sullivan, leave. Now, your transgender Jesus is not welcome here. Okay, Sullivan? You lollipop Christian? What's your denomination? You don't like you're being rebuked with light. So, look at this idiot right here. I guarantee you this person is exactly what Christ told us to worry about. Right? Here we go with the oh my God again. Watch this, guys. This is what this idiot just said. Yes, hold on. I'll give that back to you again, Yav. Listen, Sullivan, you went with your oh my God again. I already told you there's no such thing as O's in Hebrew. So God is a title. You're a complete idiot. I already told you there's more than one Jesus. Okay? You are the exact thing is what those who say peace, those who call out for peace instead the word peace. So I'm going to show you don't know Christ, you don't know Jesus, and I should have just had you out of here earlier because thank you, Nomad, be safe. Those who call for peace and safety, Sullivan, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace and safety. I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. So you're an antichrist. You're what the scripture calls a false teacher. Anybody who's teaching you peace is an antichrist. That's what the scripture says. Christ. You don't know halakha Hagar already asked you that. If you studied his text in Matthew 10:34 through 39, he said, do not think that I came to bring peace. So take your peace, Jesus, somewhere else. You are an antichrist, and what the scripture calls a false, and the word and you with the light. You don't know halakha, you don't know what that is, so you don't know Christ, and you're definitely an antichrist, not the seventh king, but you said safety. Those say peace and safety. If you were studying the word, you realize, do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. So you're an idiot. And you just got rebuked with the light. So take your other cracker, she, they, them, titty, Jesus somewhere else. Okay? You're not welcome here. I told you that. I gave you a chance to leave, and you're still speaking up and stepping on your dick. All right there, Nimrod? Go take your blood pumping somewhere else. Don't want to hear you. So, and you too, Bob. What the fuck are you still doing in here for? Why are you still in here? And what is this idiot saying in here? Rusted Crew is a bootlicker. The FBI, fuck the FBI. They're low man on the totem pole. You're an idiot. You don't even know rank. Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. I've already called the feds about myself, you idiot. Why don't you report that my son's missing, you asshole? Don't let the door hit you there, Crew. Neck. So, anyways, go. Now, Jim, if you put anything else, I'll put you Sullivan too. I'll keep my word. Go ahead. You can stay in here and shut the fuck up. Use your right to remain silent. Don't say another word, and you can stay in here. Just be silent. Otherwise, I will take you out of here, and I won't permanently condemn you. I'll let Father separate the wheat from the chaff. Do not condemn them. Rebuke them with light. Judge them with righteous judgment. That's what I'm doing. Hallelujah. So I apologize for the cursing. Other than that, I have zero regrets. None fucks. Zero fucks. Priest on Sunday. Guess what kind of meat they eat? None. So don't say anything else, Bob. You say anything else, you purple people eater. I know when you mix red and blue, you get this J over here with the letter J, because there was no letter J at the time of Christ. So we see you there, jack off. Remember cock meat sandwiches? You never did answer my question about any of that, so you got to go. So anyways, so interlinear Texas receptus. You want to take a screen grab? I'm not talking about the rejected text. Remember, the word book means Bible. There's only one version of the text, whether it's the New Testament. In Greek, this is an old Jewish book. There's only one version of the text you should be reading. Everything else has not been accepted. They have not taken out each word and defined it. It's all trash. It's all trash. It's all trash. I don't mean throw it away, but it's been translated. This book in the 12th century, they took 300 people, 150 Catholics, 150 Christians, and they transliterated these words in this book using what was called a lexicon. That is a dictionary. Modern day English, you would call that Webster, so you can define the word. He said, I am the aletheia. So this interlinear, meaning it's written both in the Greek, both languages, and it's the accepted text where they pulled out, and by the number, you can study by the number one word at a time. You don't pick this book up and read it like a book. That's not how this is done. And the book, word book, meaning Bible, this was never written on paper. This wasn't done until the Council of Nicaea, what I'm telling you about. So all you people who are religious, leave my chat now. I love the word. I'm in love with the word. You're in love with some image or some church or some other Jesus. I study the word. I make sure that the word was defined. He said, I am the aletheia, and I am the horizo. Horizo means I am the separator. I'm the divider. He didn't say I'm the light. He didn't say I'm the life. You're an idiot. You have not studied this. He said, don't even add a jot, and now you've changed the words. He said, I am the horizo. I am the separator. Do not think that I came to bring peace on this earth. I came to bring a sword of division. You and your peace, Jesus. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who say shalom. So you're still in here. So I'm not on Wi-Fi, you dumb fuck. I already told you to leave your cock, Bob, and you're still in here talking about fuck the feds. I don't have Wi-Fi, you idiot. I don't have Wi-Fi. I wouldn't put that fucking shit in my house. Go turn your Wi-Fi off, and I asked you not to say anything. Now you're banned. This guy eats cock meat, Big Bob cock meat sandwiches. Doesn't even give a fuck about being people double stuff pumped like a horsey ride at the Kmart after you stick a quarter. He can never address that. Kids being touched at the airport. Still talking about the fucking feds, man. So there we go. Peace and safety. Here we go. Rusty Crew. Look at this. This is Antichrist. And that heart is that smack that doggy style, you idiot. Apollo, the sun god, the one with the wolf with the dog, e-god, you're an idiot. Get out of here, rusted crew. You don't get any more. All right, goodbye. We're just going to start banning you people. Not permanently, but we'll ban you. So goodbye. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon. Go ahead, put it in there. You want to be a troll? We'll go ahead and fish you right out of here. Go ahead. I won't judge you by their cover. I'll know you by your fruit. Go ahead and put some fruit in the chat. You can do vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. You'll know them by their fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So, Revelations. He is melanated, plus the oldest untouched Bible is the Ethiopian. It's over 3,000 years old and 88 books. No Wi-Fi, you're a smart man, John. Okay, but listen, that's fine, Surf, okay? But it's not the accepted text. I know about the Ethiopian Bible. I have all the texts right here. I have all those same texts. I have all the texts of the Ethiopian. I have the 16 of them. Unless you're studying the interlinear Textus Receptus. I'm not saying you can't have these other books. Oh, are we getting potential spam calls now? Here, we'll have to do us a recording. I think we're getting some of these potential spam calls. We haven't had these for a while on the stream. Let's see who this is. 1290. No, that's not it. Huh. We've gotten a couple calls. Hey, Dave gave a Cash App. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Dave. Dave's not here. Where's Dave? Where's Dave? So, again, let's go back to what we're saying here. This book in the 12th century was written on tablets of stone and scrolls. If you're religious, please leave. If you have a hearing ear and you can be patient with me, I will give you the tools that have been given to me, and we're supposed to be charitable with the word. So I'm giving this to you. This book here, okay, this book here is written, it's an old Jewish book, okay, written in Greek. And so it means that this book was taken out in the 12th century, and each one of these words was pulled out at the Council of Nicaea, where they had 150 Catholics, which I don't like Catholics, Satanists, or 150 Christians. To me, I don't do denominations. I'm in love with this word. This is what I love the word, okay? Oh, you got this. No problem, sir. This is all glory to the Mashiach. We'll use the translated name, Jesus Christ, born in Bethlehem. All glory to Father for creating all things and then sending you here and then making you hungry for the word. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. Okay. Okay. As long as it's not the Talmud or the Targum, Elsa's been studying, which was called the Targum, which was their Mishnah, Elsa, their Mishnah. Look for a Mishnah. That's that halakha and Haggadah, that perverted law that I told you that they created their oral law, that I asked whatever idiot earlier what it was, and he seemed to know Jesus, but he didn't know halakha or Haggadah. So the Mishnah is what is known as their Targum or their Talmud, which was their book where they had created an oral halakha law where you could write it down, or you could speak it, but you couldn't write it down, and a Haggadah, which was the law which could be written down but not spoken. Okay, and this was a perversion. And this isn't rocket science. So once you come to this and you start to understand in this, you go, oh, wow, okay. Now I'm starting to understand that this ain't about no religion. This is about having a personal relationship with this word, and that we're not supposed to change it. Remember, that's the problem. That's why he sent to fulfill not only the Gentile nation with sending and through the Pisces, birthing a flesh vessel, but he came to making an amendment to what they had already perverted, the law. 613 statutes, commandments they had made after 40 years of not having a place to, because they had already cheated on his law. They wanted a place to study. So he gave them the synagogues and the rabbis, who later became the Pharisees at the time of Christ, or the Sadducees, who could still, obviously, they would probably call me more of a Sadducee than a Pharisee, because I can speak the old and understand the old. Because remember, you can't take Hebrew and then change it into Aramaic and then into English. It gets lost in what is called translation. So, law enforcement call for calamity upon evenly with gardening. Oh, cool. So, there we go. What I'm showing you though here, so you understand, it's very important. If you're not supposed to change anything in this book has flaws, guys. They came to words in this book, even at that time, because remember how long it had been. It had been 40 years since they hadn't had a place to study. This all came to pass. Remember, there was no book. The word book means Bible, right? Or the word Bible means book. And there's rejected texts that were taken out when they did the Council of Nicaea because it wasn't in alignment with the definition. Like, for example, wait a second, Toggy. Oh, that was a big drink. The Old Testament is a foreshadow of what is to come in the New. And in the New Testament mirrors the Old. You can find all your definitions of the New Testament in the Old. But again, I refer to the lexicon first, your dictionary. Then go to your concordance and one word study the word one word at a time. Use what is called your concordance, where in this book, if you haven't, we need to go ahead and brother, I'm sure Brother Ross in here will drop the link to Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries. He studies out of the Young's Concordance, and I believe his volume is all in one. I don't have that set, okay? I have the 4-volume, 53 in the Old Testament, 13 in the New, with the Hendrickson version. Hendrickson, if you screen capture that right there, and you don't need this one with the blue cover. You don't need this one with a blue cover. This is the one that Brother Jim Brown teaches out of, okay? Not this particular meaning, but the same interlinear. Now, you can get the one that has the beige cover, and I think it's got the Omega symbol on it. You know, the Omega. And so it's still the same book. All the contents are the same. So I don't know why this blue book here is so overpriced. I think it's something they did just to be snarky and look, Project Blue Book, get out of here. Anyways, but this book costs, I think now it's under $80 or so. I think it's less than $20 a book. I don't know if Amazon's shipping anything anymore, but there's Christian bookstores have them. They're readily available. But what you want to make sure is that when you get this set, that you go ahead and get your concordance like this. See how this is called the Strong's Concordance, and this is coded. Oh, yeah. Hey, what I want you to do, Surf, is go over and write this down right now. Even more valuable than anything you learned here, if you'll write down Grace and Truth Ministries on YouTube, Brother Jim Brown will be able to teach you in one-word study. He makes me look not foolish, but he makes me look very uneducated. I hit the basics. I cover the gospel. I celestially cover something that he doesn't cover here, but the gospel. Hey, thank you, Skylar. Much appreciated. What I'm going to try to do, so you know, Skylar, is I'm trying to add to the ministry. Okay, I don't want to go off on a big subject. There's 40 acres here. Kevin bought the 20. I paid this off with some other. Now this is donated to the ministry. I have a property that's 5 acres that I paid off. I've been paying for many years. I'm trying to sell that property for $38,000 because I have a property that I've been eyeing because I want to tithe to you. You just gave to the ministry. Now, I would try to do this to anybody, Skylar, but I want to give back food to you. Remember, when they wandered in the desert for 40 years, they were leaving behind. Remember that Feast of Ingatherings, the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, okay? The Feast of Unleavened Bread, because they were remember, for 40 years, they didn't have time to let the leaven rise, and so they ate unleavened bread, and they would leave food, tithes behind for the people they didn't all exit out of Israel at one time. Remember, that were like the Exodus, that happened in different cities. They didn't all leave at one time. So when they were in the desert for 40 years, they would leave a tithe of food for the people who are coming up behind them. So what I want to do, Brother Jim gives out CDs. That is meat. That is meat, brothers and sisters. That is the milk. Go see Brother Jim Brown. get with Brother Mike, call the 1-800 number, maybe Sister Mary answered, and let them start sending in these 4,000 lessons. They're like a 3-hour lesson, about a half an hour of questions, and then 3-hour lesson of just pure learning. What you do is you shut everything off, you find a quiet place, and you unlearn and you relearn how to study one word at a time. And the stuff starts making so much more sense. I remember when I read it when I was young in faith, and, just, it'd be like reading Charlie Brown. After a minute, I get it, and then be like, wah, 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 wah. And that was God putting a restrainer. Thank you, Father, for not bad study habits, bad study habits. So that wah, 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 wah was a blessing. And then I read it backwards when I started reading it for real. And the last thing it said, and I already knew that I'd read this before, was don't add a jot or a tittle. I went, oh crap, I already did that. And I gave it my own version. I knew I'd already struggled with that because I knew I'd read that before in Revelation. We're not supposed to add or take away. And then when I'd read it, I'd get a certain, okay, I think I understand it. I wasn't using my lexicon. I wasn't using a concordance. I was lazy studying. I wasn't studying anything. I was just reading it like some kind of love novel, like of mice and men. You ever read the book Adrift, Lost at Sea or something? It's not a freaking Western. Every word in it has value. In the Hebrew, it has frequency. And he didn't say things. Father is perfect. Father is blameless. Father is sovereign. Christ is sovereign. He can't make a mistake. You understand? It's impossible. He doesn't make any mistakes. He is flawless. Just so you know, let's make that very clear. He created evil for a reason. He didn't just create evil for no reason. He created evil to test his bride because he beats the snot out of the ones he loves. And they get tested. It's the tribulation gospel that's taught at Grace and Truth Ministries that you're not going to get anywhere else. And when you find the truth, the word aletheia, it's what sets you free. There's no such thing as freedom or free will, but it's inside you and it starts making sense. So if you'll study it one word at a time, you'll start to understand the context, judgments. It's written in the book of J, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I thought J didn't exist. Listen, J, okay? Use your E sword. You'll get the same, and then to get your first, the definition, then come in here, that book that says judgments. Oh, judgment said 15 times, and here who said it. Look at that tiny writing, guys. I can't read that after being SWAT rated. I can't. My eyes are screwed. So, but I can take this now and blow it up and use this as a cheat code. And now, like Brother Jim's a walking concordance. That's the gift you get with Brother Jim. Obviously, I'm not putting him on a pedestal, lifting him up. He is just a man. But Brother Jim knows where all the passages are at. And then the sister chapter to each one. And then the base root of each Greek word, neuter gender, feminine gender, male gender, whether it's a verb, noun, predicate, adjective. He does this. I wouldn't even want to try to compare to Brother Jim. Okay. So, Skylar, thank you so much, for your ministry, because Brother Jim does what he does there. And I have what I have out here in the high desert. Okay. Brother Jim is the best tool I have ever seen to study, because he's a walking concordance. See, when you know who said it, and now watch this, I use this as a cheat code, meaning now I know where it's at, because Brother Jim knows I don't. He's got 40 years of studying on me. I've been doing a lot of other things too, just not studying the word. I study everything. Brother Jim is solely, it's not that he is not very well, bised in knowledge in other fields, but his main focus is predestination. It is the gospel. Okay, and that is why I mirrored this channel, because of him, and named it Predestined for Light prior to the changing from Grace and Truth Ministries over there to High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries here in Oregon. So it has purpose. So, you didn't come here by chance. Father brought you here. He created all things. So we give all glory, and so does Brother Jim, to Christ, the Hamashiach. We give all glory to the Most High Father for creating all things. There's no such thing as free will. And if man was making something and Father created it, there really is no such thing as man-made. Although made by hands of man, Father created good and evil. Goats, sheep, predestination are the ones he chose from the foundation of the world. It only applies to his elect. So what he said in Romans, I also did foreknow who I did predestined to conform to my image. So conform to the image of Christ. That's what Paul said. So that's what we're supposed to do. So if you don't know the term halakha and haggadah, you don't know Christ. You don't know anything about the word. You are very childish, not a child, but spiritually childish. And to be sevened is to be matured. So you probably want to go through and slow down and back up and regroup and relearn. And I'm telling you, this stuff will just come at you and you can't get enough of it. I'm telling you, you won't need to try to bring people to God. Although we are to be a fisher of men, he is the one who condemns and separates the harvest, the first fruits, if you will, separates the wheat from the chaff, right? The chaff is the one who obviously gets burnt and bound first and binded and put into the fire. So all these people think they're going to get raptured out of here without tribulation. That's not, that is antichrist as well. We don't do rapture in here. I make sure that we do not add to the text. It's very important that he says, do not add to my text or take away a jot, like a period, or a comma of any of the punctuation. So when you go back to reading this word, you want to pull one word out at a time, such as judgments. You open up that book, you get the definition in the Old Testament. You can use your e-sword. It's going to say H in Hebrew or G in the Greek. You get the definition of the word. Now you pull the word judgment out, and it said 15 times, and here's who said it. Now, this is so convenient. It's like cheating, if you will, because it's all taken out of these books. You ain't got to thumb through, and you can be lazy. You can be lazy. You can be lazier than all piss and just be lazy as hell and not even just read the one sentence. All right, here's who said it. Father said it here in Genesis. It said here in Kings. It said here in 2 Samuel. We find it over here in the book. Oh, it's in Deuteronomy. It's in Revelation. That one word is pulled out in this book. That's so cheating, isn't it? That's so nice. You don't even have to go through the whole book. You just have it all right there. How the hell are you going to get the context of the sentence? Use this as a cheat code, guys, and take that one sentence. And now if it's in Genesis, now you know where it's at, because I don't know where it's at. I don't do the whole Romans 8:20. I don't like doing numbers. And I come off as some religious idiot. I don't want to be religious. I rebuke religions, all of them. I rebuke religion. They're vain and they're toxic, and I throw them up because they're toxic to me. So we'll go in here, and it says in the book of, Genesis, it talks about, and I'm not saying, but it says right there, it says it. So instead of just reading the one sentence, go ahead and read 2 or 3 passages before that sentence, and then read 2 or 3 passages after that sentence. Now, if it's said 15 times, you know the context in Hebrew, definition, you understand the definition in the Greek, you go to the Old Testament and you find where it's said, and now you read 2 or 3 passages before it. There's the sentence you were reading. There's the word judgment, and you got to get a whole different context of what that word means. First by definition, and then who's saying it and how it's being said. So if it's said 15 times, I guarantee you that word judgment is not going to be coming off the same each single time. That's why it's very important you sit and you sup with the word, and you one word study this book so you know what it is, the words, what they mean. Most people, 98% of what it comes out of their mouth is what is known as slang or translation, especially if you speak English. There's more slang in English than it's just watered down. Hebrew, every letter had value, frequency, resonance, literal vibration. This was taken off the toroidal field. So it's very important that we understand that you can't take and translate a word, because that's literally changing the definition of the word, which is idolatry, making your own version, self-will, or adding even a period. He said, don't add a letter, and people have added the letter J. And I'm not going to argue about that. But my point is that you need to sit down with this word. You need to study it one word at a time. And the best thing you can do is unlearn and then relearn. And when you actually start reading this book and you find it in the original definition, and then you find it in the original context where it's said, and you read before it and after it, man, the whole book starts coming to life. And it's like, man, I'm gonna have to get another set. I'm gonna have to get a backup set, guys. This set, I'm just studying this. My old Greek one is falling apart here, and I've been back in this one, and this one's now starting to come apart too. So, but this is the better way to study. This way, you know what the definition of the word that you're saying. Because if you went down on the street right now and you walked out, and I can ask all of you right now, and probably at least 10 or 12 of you are going to get it wrong. And that's okay. That's why we unlearn and relearn. For example, if I ask you right now, where is heaven? Let's get an answer to that. And the people who obviously know, let's give these people a chance to answer. So we can, where it says in Genesis, he created the heavens and earth. Where is heavens? Okay, I'll let you in there, whiny butt. My puppy's one in the house. So actually, I need to get up and get some food in my belly. So he's been telling me to work here. Father's been having me work here. So all this things that I'm neglecting to this flesh, it's not bothering me. Although my brain does that. Do more things around the property, damn it. All I have to do right now, I have decided, guys, that I've retired. It's awesome. I'm finally able to do this. It's hard to get my brain to do this. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop working, but I paid everything off except for that one piece of property now. So I don't have, a big burden over my head. And I'm just finally coming to the conclusion after a lot of work of making that happen, how much it's allowing me to do something like this benefit where I'm not worried about these worldly things. Although I need to get my butt in gear and do some of these things out here. It just doesn't bother me, because that's the way the flesh is. It's like, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to, I don't care about it. All I care about is the word. All I care about is the word, for doctrine, for reproof, and for correction, for instruction. And that is our mother, brothers and sisters. That is our mother. This is look what Brother Ross is putting in there. This is in Scripture, is what he says, those that do the will of the Father are your brothers, your sister, and your mother. And so that mother is the instruction that Timothy was writing about in the Scriptures, where we go back and we go back to the doctrine and we reprove for correction and for instruction. We use each other and we use the word against. You hold it against them and you say, hey, this is what it says. I'm not judging you. I don't care what the word says. That's not up to me to condemn you. I'm judging you with righteous judgment. This says that this action, like my cursing, which is okay for people to say, I'm okay, I got to live with that, is not pleasing to the Father. He doesn't want us to curse. Brother Jim Brown would probably never talk to me ever again. As many curse words as he's heard of me, he wouldn't talk to me ever again. So, hold on, my dogs are. You guys want to come in with the daddy puppy dogs? There's one. There's the other one. There's the other one, single guy. The ones that I love. You're the one I love. That's gonna have to make something to eat here. Here in a few. Oh, I made cornbread last night. That stuff was awesome. Oh man, this is cornbread. I made it in a pan, and it was the honey cornbread. And I don't eat pork, so I bought some beef bacon, and man, I swear they're lying to me. It tastes like, but I know it's beef. I mean, it's the textures, but holy crap. So I cooked the bacon grease, right? And then instead of putting milk, I use sweet cream, and I use some of that bacon grease, and I just let it soak it up, man. This tastes like a freaking cookie. And I don't eat corn. If I'm going to eat it, it's going to have to be ground up. So not very often, but this tastes like a cookie. Wow. But it's cornbread. I made it in a pan. And it's mighty, mighty fabulous. Baptism in 1 page 12. Nice. Thank you for that testimony, Mike. So, yeah, but if you go over to Brother Jim, Yeah, look, it's cornbread. Look at it. Look at our darn cookie. And it tastes like a cookie. I put sweet cream in there instead of milk. And then the bacon grease. So it's got a little bit of that. Oh, and cheese. If for some reason the cheese has got like, it's like there's something chewy in there or something. It's fabulous. So, it's too sweet though. Oh, I can't do anything. Oh my gosh. I shouldn't eat that. I don't like sweet until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I can't do sweet anymore. My palate's definitely changed. So I'm going to wolf it down. But, maybe not. We'll give a little bite to the puppies. They don't eat corn. You get them, Mr. Pets? A little treat for the boys? We really don't give the puppies people food. They eat diamond lamb and rice. So this puppy here is 13 years old, and you couldn't tell. You probably think he's about 4 or 5 years old. And that puppy's 4 or 5 years old too. He's my dingo boy. Was that good cornbread? I know that's yummy, huh? We're gonna have to get up and make some something to eat. I still have some of that bacon. I think I'm gonna do a sandwich. Kevin brought over some meat yesterday, and I bought a large, like a loaf like this, and I made some double stacked, double onion burgers. Yeah, man, that thing just tasted like a cookie. It tasted more, honestly, I don't know how, but I mean, it is a cornbread, honey cornbread. I swear I'm gonna eat it. It tastes like a peanut butter. Like a peanut butter cookie. I mean, it has a really close taste as a peanut butter cookie. You're like, whoa, what is that? What you doing, big guy? What you doing, old big old guy? What you doing, big old guy? Big old guy. Hey, get down. Get down. What are you doing there? Oh, don't you just... Oh my gosh, he's so crazy. He's so crazy like the dad. He's a crazy boy. Oh, here comes the other one. Here comes the other one. Oh, he's such a big guy. Oh, he's so big. Oh, he's so big. Oh, he's such a big guy. Oh, he's 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 so good guy. He's a good guy. He just loves a dad. They love it. All right, I'll get the stream back up in a little bit. We'll talk a little bit more, and we'll continue our march towards that last day of the United Corporation, and they give this authority over to the dragon. The dragon will be there to consume the child. Are you ready for that day when the dragon consumes the child and the authority? It gives its power and its authority to the dragon, to the beast. Are you ready for that day? For your work camp, your bubble camp? Are you in bubble trouble? 15-minute work camp city, smart city, millimeter camp, wave ball, half a bowl, half a bowl, half a circle is a bowl, like a halftime show, a Super Bowl. Get it? Half a bowl, put a bowl over the top, have a Super Bowl halftime occult ritual. So, hey, we're working through. Maybe we'll keep her going here for a minute. We get some energy coming from that sun. So we had an X-class flare. I don't think it actually shot any ejecta off of the sun, any coronal mass ejections, but definitely this will can have effects on such thing as radio blackout and the interweb, the worldwide net, that big electric sun up there above your head. It connects to our atmosphere, and that has a major effect on how the old weather down here, the La Nina, the El Nino, the atmospheric rivers of moisture above your head, the upper jet streams. We have many layers of our atmosphere, but most people don't know that. They know about the ozone. Hey, we're all going to die. Chlorofluorocarbons, hairspray, Aquanet. You guys ever remember when them, hey, where I grew up, those Hispanic ladies, they could blow their hair up like to the moon, man. They did. I don't know if you guys remember that. All right. Anyways, Aquanet. Remember Aquanet? You're everybody. You're using hairspray, and we're all going to die. The ozone layer, chlorofluorocarbons. Remember that whole scare? And now what is it? Oh, styrofoam. Remember styrofoam cups? Oh, now it's CO2. CO2 is the smallest trace gas of all the known gases. And you got to be afraid of CO2 because it's plant food. And cows are farting. Hey, somebody said it, Chicana. All right, you did it. So I didn't want to say it, Mike, but Mike went ahead and said it because he knows what I'm talking about. Now, them ladies will whoop you to no end. You got to worry about, the OGs over there. They're old. They're old school. They're just chilling, like a villain. But those chicas, they would blow their hair up with that aqua net, man, and I'm telling you, they beat the snot out. I've seen them ladies beat the. I grew up in the concrete jungle, just rock a man, like rock'em sock'em robots, just bam, like, whoa, and knocked him clean out. You got knocked up. Whoa. So anyways, you guys remember the hairspray generation, the old aqua net. It wasn't just the ladies back then too, because they all had the beehives and but anyways, we're all gonna die because of Aquanet hairspray. And let's put we'll put backpacks on cows so when they fart it can collect their CO2. We're that generation. Imagine when they look at that for like 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, they put backpacks on the cows for farting. They did what? They pushed their buggies down the aisle one way and they said you wouldn't get the bug if you pushed it down the one way. That's wow. This generation, they all wore face diapers? Well, most of them did. There were just a few that didn't, oligarchs, but most of them, they went by, they did this halftime occultic ritual show, divided them. Like, oh, you're wearing the face diaper and you're not, and so you don't like old people. You don't like old people. You're going to whack old people because you're not wearing your face diaper. Well, you better act like a child and put your face, stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve. So this generation's so smart, huh? We're advanced, right? I think it's called degradation of the abyss. Abyss, no knowledge, my people shall perish for lack of. Oh, it's perishing quickly, isn't it? It's called hell. Hell is no knowledge. That's what hell is. Hell isn't a place. Stick that in your apple pipe and smoke on that for a minute. Chooch on that. See if you can pop that. See if the smoke will rise out of the pit, huh? Hell, no knowledge. That's what hell is. My people shall perish for lack of knowledge. I'll put them in the place of no knowledge. That's the word abyss. See why you define something and the whole world comes to life. Well, word. Word, he is the word. It's a living word. He was a new living will and testament, correct? He was the testor of that will, and he made those amendments. So I hope you're paying attention to what he has in store at the end of the race. It's supposed to be the prize here, right? What we're running towards. All right, I don't know where you guys are at, but I know I'm here. I know he tells me that he's the prize. He is somebody's got to die, and somebody inherits the will. So whose will are you doing? Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Thy kingdom come. That's it right there. That's what is your favorite passage? Well, I like Matthew 10:34 through 39. But how about thy kingdom come in the Lord's Prayer? How about that one? Ponder that for a minute. Thy kingdom come. Think how beautiful that is. No more deception there, huh? It's like the veil has been removed. The kingdom of heaven is within. God's in the sky, baby. Here we go again. So no, we won't do that. We just went off the rock. Can you go to the sky? Are you one of these people who think you can go to the sky, clock over your head, watch? You go to the watch block or rock. Is there rocks in the sky? Are they balls? Are they gas? Oh, I know that the sun's electric. I know about plasma. Cut through butter like old metal, just like butter, huh? What do you know? It's not you. It's not CO2. It's the sun. Cows are farting and they're putting backpacks on them, huh? They got Mr. Thornburg running around. He got let out of Israel, didn't he? I mean, she or whatever that. It don't matter. Right? Raggedy Ann or Andy, it's okay. Hey, Jack wants Jill's pocket and Jill wants Jack's button. It's the world we live in. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, right? With their Baphomet, hey, not just come on by, but why don't you give it a try? They got their trifecta, their 3-in-1 God. Trifecta, like, wait, that's a triple-double. I think that's baseball. Oh, that's a double-double. That's a In-N-Out burger. All right, giving you the meat. Slow down, Turbo. Good stuff. What are we talking about? Beware of ministries that have no elders. Elders. Who's your elders? Who's your elders? Your elders are your brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way, correct? Not some dudes in a robe or a bunch of Satanists. People adding jots. Your mother is your instruction, correct? So make sure, yeah, that you have the Brother Ross put that in the scriptures earlier of Timothy, where we're supposed to go back and reproof and go back over this word with each other. So with vipers, casting your pearls in the mud. Father doesn't like us to help lazy or people who don't want to help themselves or supping with vipers. So yeah, remember, he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. So definitely be careful. You don't want to go solo. You need a fellowship here with your mother and your brothers and sisters and your family, who you're going to be with after you die. So I rebuke all these churches. They're all vain, and if they all burnt to the ground, he's not there in the church. So I'm not saying to burn churches. I'm just saying that's not where he said, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my Shem, my Agape, and my authority, there I'll be in their midst. So definitely have a personal relationship. And remember, it's between, well, Father is going to be standing there as the judge, but it's be Christ, you, and Father. So don't worry about anybody else on this rock. They're all a bunch of idiots. Probably most of them don't have any idea what they're talking about. And they love to add, the forward word is to change or twist or warp. And they speak a very warped gospel doctrine. And they're Satanists because they add, Antichrist because they add, and their false prophet is the word teacher, or teacher is the word prophet. And he said, call no man teacher. So careful of who you become a product of your environment. So definitely, if somebody's going to give you instruction, make sure they're using scripture and they're using the interlinear Textus Receptus and the accepted text, and they're studying the canonized version where each word was defined. Otherwise, they're probably just some viper and just some mammon tradition of men. It says the word definition, it says sozo. Is the Greek word sozo, is what it says in the interlinear Greek, is what that says. Yav. It says salvation is the word sozo, to be saved. That definition is to be picked up, carried, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, healed. He will right all the wrongs. He will heal all the pain that people have caused. He pours out the just measure. You must endure to the end, he says, to be sozo, salvation, saved. That's what it says right there by definition. Hallelujah. The definition is what will set you free. Brother Jim Brown, if you leave the definition, you leave the word. It's called aletheia, the truth. So if you leave definition, you leave the truth. How about we just go what the definition says and not try to make an opinion in the matter? There you go. How about that for some mother and instruction? Use the word on each other. That's what we do in this ministry here. So that's what it says. S-O-Z-O, sozo. He's the one who gets my flesh up out of bed. I don't want to be here. I rebuke this world. This is so hard to find anybody that's in the narrow way. It's ridiculous how very few actually take time to sup with the word and have a relationship with the word. He's the word, not some book or some church or some house or some other person. You ain't going to have nobody holding your hand there when you pass through that 7th book. Well, 7th horns, the ram's horn shall sound. It's not the 7th book. It's actually one of 3 books. It's the book of judgments. My bad. I don't know where that came from. So, but anyways, hey, there's 3 books. Most people only know of 2, but he definitely doesn't dwell in a house made by hands. So, where then does the faith in Jesus' finished work, the cross, come from? Everything was fulfilled on he didn't hang on a cross. So there's no cross. There's no such thing as anybody hang on a cross. So I rebuke anybody who thinks Christ was hung on a cross. You don't know Jesus. You don't know Christ. You don't know Roman torture. You don't know anything about what's going on. You've been fallen under for some other spell. Like, Yeah, whatever. So, but he fulfilled all. Remember, there's 200 prophecies were fulfilled, but the ones he fulfilled were all the laws of celebration, the physical laws. And this is why by faith we are saved. Sozo, Greek, and faith alone, we are saved. So good questions. Yeah, I was actually asking some really, man, that's good to have you in here. Appreciate it. You got some. So the cross, nobody was hung on a cross. The crucifixion was to be hung on a tree. There were many ways to crucify. The Romans were masters at torture. So most people don't study Roman history, historical record, or biblical or scriptural or torture for that matter, and they don't know. Nobody was ever hung on a cross. So that's an unk, and that's just an image of paganism, another perversion of this Gothic and Vandal tribes that they brought into what is known as the modern day churches. So it's just still Satanism. It's still part of paganism. And he warned us about idolatry and imagery. But let's get back to the question that Yah was asking about when he said, it is fulfilled. Fulfilling all once was written on tables of stone, pounded out on the tablets, rock, 613 statutes, commandments, the laws of physical. Honor thy father, thy mother is not your mom and dad, by the way. Okay, so but anyways, Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, where the wages of sin was death, one. We now have salvation. We now have repentance. We now have baptism. We now have things that we never had because we were not saved by grace, nor were we saved by faith. We were under the law, the physical law of the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Kings. So, to fulfill all the rituals, celebrations, customs, dietary laws, physical laws, he hung his flesh on a tree. He carried it was staked, like your Monster Energy, Va, that's a stake, Va, that's a stake, Va, like the two that he was yoked to. Staked to a yoke. He never carried a cross. Nobody was ever hung on a cross. That's blasphemy, and I rebuke you. Don't open your mouth about Christ. You don't know what they did to my love. They ripped his beard out of his face. They stuck him like he was some kind of, they were going to eat him, bloodlet him. They put a crown of thorns, not these little baby TV. They went into his cranium, his skull. They staked him to a yoke, and he carried that yoke, and they hung him on a tree. Raised him. Staked his feet, one over the other. There's your your Monster Energy drink. Unleash the beast. You're just idiots. And that's okay. I'll learn you. 3 stakes, XXX, 666, interwide web, worldwide net. You're just caught in some other time and place and space. Nobody carried a cross. Nobody was ever hung on a cross. The Romans were masters at torture. Their favorite way to crucify a man was to stretch him back. First, you'd stake him to a yoke, and then you'd raise him on a tree, and you'd nail it 1 foot over the top of the other, and you'd put a cleat under his feet and stretch him where the only way he could breathe would be to raise up on his nailed feet. This is a torture machine. And the Romans were masters at torture. You don't know anything about the Hamashiach and what they did to him that day. I can't breathe is the ritual they've been pulling on you. You're not going to hear any other ministry teach you about the pneumatics, pneumonia, air, I can't breathe. Rome, they had air compression. They loved what they did back then. Remember, Peter hung upside down. John on an X. So, sure. But let me finish this, okay? So I can give you a prime example, one where you can go back and you won't study anything else, because the NIV has not been canonized. There's so many changes to that version that it's filthy. Almost like I said, just burn it. It's trash. Well, don't archive it. Let somebody study it later. Put it in a big vault, bury it somewhere in the ground. Let somebody pick it up thousands, maybe millions of years from now, and they'll see how much they bastardized the definition, gave it their own idolatry. They raped the word. They did. They added to it, forced their own will onto it. It's raping his word. So careful. He divorced his bride for cheating, you know, basically doing the same thing. It's called idolatry. So a little bit heavier words than you used to, but remember, people think he was hung on a cross. Nobody ever hung from a cross or carried a cross, and it's not 2025. Heaven's not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. God's not in the sky. You don't live on a planet. It's, once again, it's not 2025. You're living in some false alternate reality with the rest of the world, and that's okay. You guys be on the other side of the door. You tell me I'm crazy, but it's not 2025. You've spun this calendar and you celebrate bang, bang, the New Year's in the middle of the, we're not supposed to celebrate anything. Let's get back to this covenant, the question that was asked about the fulfillment of all the laws, once written on stone tablets, because it wasn't written in a book. Bible is a paper form. This was the Council of Nicaea. I already talked about this in this earlier canonization process, where they pulled each one word with 150 Catholics, 150 Christians, and defined using a lexicon, Old Hebrew Testament, New Lexicon Testament Greek, and defined each word. So the NIV, because that does not follow the canonization process, and it's just some watered down version where they like to change jots. We're not even supposed to add a single period, let alone add a whole planet, to which he never created one. And most people think they're spinning on a planet of the apes, well, they're monkeys, you know, monkey see, monkey do. Remember that one? All right, well, how about a barrel of monkeys? You know, lollipop. See no evil, hear no evil. They don't say anything. They don't speak up, but they just watch from afar. They're the silent majority. They've always been, and they'll always be. Many are called, but few. The word is O-L-I-G-O-S. Oligos are chosen. The word is predestination. I also did I did predestined to conform to my image. So it's only a few. Father doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. Remember the Old Testament, where the wages of one sin were venial or mortal under the 613 statutes, commandments of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Yeah, we didn't have salvation. We didn't have grace. We didn't have redemption. We didn't have baptism. We didn't have any of these things. The true baptism is in blood, not water. To baptize somebody in water, you'd have to drown them. That's the halakha. Once again, you don't know anything about Scripture. Nobody was ever hung from a cross. So let's go back to this crucifixion, where they would stretch you back so much that you couldn't breathe. The only way they would, fulfilling. Let's talk about this fulfillment of the unblemished Yav sacrificial lamb. Unblemished. You know anything about that? You'd have to know about Roman torture. You can separate yourself from this religious idiocracy and just study culture, study customs, study the maps, study idioms, study parables. The book is full of them. You know, for example, put in the chat, it says, remember Lot's wife, Sodom and Gomorrah? He'd seen enough of this hokey pokey, turn yourself around, you know, the no Vaseline, no reach around, no gasoline, all this. And he said, I'm going to bring the fire, the promise of the rainbow. Remember, I've seen enough of this hokey pokey, turn yourself around. This time he would bring fire, not water this time. But okay, remember when he sent the angelos, which is the word angel or messenger, to visit Lot and his wife and tell them to get their family and get out of Sodom, because he was going to bring the fire. Remember Lot's wife, the angelos, the messenger, she let go of her hand and she was turned to a pillar of salt, correct? Let me give you an example. You don't even need to worry about NIV. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Most people would know the difference between an idiom and an idiot. So it says Lot's wife to his pillar of salt. You see images of her, this, you know, image of this salt. So your priest, pastor, deacon, reverend, I don't care if they're a bishop, if they're a biblical scholar, I'll make them look like an idiot. Ask him if Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt. Ask your wolf in sheep's clothing up there standing in the pulpit designed right here before the whole world, north, east, west, and south, all four corners of this rock. Ask him. Anybody want to answer? Was Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt? It says in Scripture she was turned to a pillar of salt. What the Scripture says. You see images of Lot's wife. The angel let go of her hand. She looked back and she was turned to a pillar of salt. Because that's what the Scripture is. Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? All right. Sure, silent. What is this? Silent majority here? Oh, hold on. Do we got anything here? Do we get any answers? Planet is the word meaning wander. Yeah, nice. Connection's the best. Lonnie's on to something there, right? Cool. So That's the Greek word stozo. Y'all, hear me out. Come on, somebody answer this. Let's get 20. Let's spark this algorithm. The algorithm. Hockey stick, Loch Ness Monster, 150 years. We're all going to die. Hairspray, remember? Cows farting. Put backpacks on them. It says in the text, Lot's wife, the angel visited Lot, said, get your wife, get your kids, get out of town. I'm bringing the fire, baby. I've seen enough of this hokey pokey Sodom and Gomorrah. The promise of the rainbow. He would never flood this rock again. This time he was going to bring the fire. It says Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt. No, there's no baptism in water. So you go to the definition. You would know nothing of the halakha, obviously, Mike. And that's maybe okay. I don't know what your answer. I didn't kind of get some mixed up there. So, but anyways, come on, answer. Somebody answer the question. One of you. Lot's wife. It says she was turned to a pillar of salt. Did you go to some house made by hands? Go ask that man standing in the pulpit, that wolf in sheep's clothing, if... Well, he's supposed to be a dog. He's supposed to be a shepherd. So he's a dog, right? But he's a wolf in a dog's clothing. You know nothing of this word. But let me move on. Was Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt? Because that's what the scripture says. If you don't define what the word says, you don't know what a baptism is. Bapto or baptizo, Mike. Take the definition. You're not going to find any water in that definition. So no such thing as a water baptism. Perversion, blasphemy, I rebuke you. Sound like a Pharisee with your halakha. Nothing good could come of Nazareth. But thanks for coming in. Going to refine you, just like the book of Timothy says. He said, guard my commandments, so I won't let it be changed. The definition is what sets you free, correct? Alathea. Bapto, to be covered in a red pitch stain. Baptizo, blood or dye. Noah is told to baptize the ark with a red stain, right? Pitch, inside and out. If you would have not left one single, it's a process. It's not a dipping anyway, so you must be completely overcome. To know baptism, you have to study a little bit more than just the definition too. It's hallelujah. So the only way to baptize you in water to be to throw you down under the water until you, I can't breathe. Oh, you've been completely overcome. You've been pickled, if you will. Inside and out. Completely overcome. So true baptism is you have to be completely overcome. So, all right. What is the outward expression to a community? You have accepted Jesus. I told them that you are not saved from work. No, you can't accept Jesus. That's a blasphemy. Another thing that's blasphemy. Blasphemy! You can't accept Christ, brothers and sisters. This is another gospel. This is another Jesus. You've been warned of this. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. So no such thing as being saved. No such thing as free will. Baptism is not in water, but by fire. And it's a spiritual baptism under this testament. So he said, I want to find your garments washed white, without blemish, clean in the blood of the Lamb. That's a baptism. So we got to make sure we're not adding to this text. So that's what the Pharisees did. They created their own halakha, and this is where water dipping comes from, like they're, two old turtle doves at the altar. Cool, no worries. So you can't be baptized until you've been overcome. It's like you cannot receive forgiveness until Father rebukes your heart, you walk in repentance, and then you're forgiven. Period. You don't know anything about forgiveness either, forgiveness of sin. But it's okay. They're easy peasy sex pistol. Let me see she, they, them, titty Jesus, the one with breast. I ain't going for it. So there's more than one Christ, and there's many Christ. There's many Jesus, and people just fall for most of them. So the chat's about definition. We only speak definition in here. So we're rebuking all these vain religions. We're talking about the book, which was never written on paper. It was written on stone. Most people are stoned out of their mind. Too much dragon glycol pens at the dispensary or whatever. I don't know what state, if they're legal or not, but they're on something. They're Mexican Americans is what they are, and they're Mexican cabinets on the Adderall or something. They're not focused. They're like it's a video game to them. Woo! So, they were taught if you did not belong to their church, they were not saved. But remember, Mike, most people don't know what saved is. The word saved is the word sozo, and you have to endure to the end to be saved. So you can't be saved. You have to endure to the end to be saved. So they're idiots. It's blasphemy. I rebuke them. That's what I say. Burn the churches down to the ground with all the flags and all the bill. I don't care about none of it. Turn it all into rubble. It's all against the Constitution. It's all against the word. So it's all added to it, and that's not what the original text is. It's been warped, changed. The Hebrew word is to pervert, froward, F-R-O-W-A-R-D. So what do we talk about there, Nate? Nate Dog. So go ask. Nobody answer me. Come on, guys. Speak up. Yes. Make some lychee chow mein for dinner, man. I want to be wherever 40's at. With a 40. Hey, maybe I'll have a Mickey's. Well, I'll get smashed off a 40. So, but my limit's 1 drink. Maybe 2. Never more than 2 days in a row. Oof. You see me drinking something on the 3rd day. No. What is it? My son he's 25 right now. He was 22 when he ever saw me drink a full beer. So I'm not really into the alcohol. Alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. Hey, did you see that? That was so awesome the other day. I watched this meme. We got to take a pause because we have a little, got to lighten the mood here. I was watching this guy. He was older. I guess they're like boomers or whatever, Gen Z or whatever they call them. And he was talking, not Gen Z, but, or Gen X, I guess the age I'm in. But anyways, not. Okay, so back to he was talking to his younger girl and he was asking her, and let's do the same thing because we'll do it here. And I already did it, so maybe it wouldn't be as fun. But he was asking about the song "Blame It on the" and the younger generation. She was probably about 13 or 14. She just was stumped, guys. She's like, "Blame it on the." So does anybody want to answer it? You know, answer when I say to you, "Blame it on the." What do you think? Right? Because I'm sure there's some of these people that are from Generation X. If you want to put a label, I don't really like to label myself, but they've kind of put us in these birth age categories now and put letters on people. Oh, I'm R2D2 and I'm C3PO and I'm LG and I'm B and I'm A and I'm Z and I'm a man, born a man, got the corrupt dust, going back to the corrupt dust. So, Sozo, a child without discipline is not close to the fire. Sozo is Greek. That's a Greek word. Because remember, there was no such thing as salvation in the Old Testament. So does anybody, if I say blame it on the, what do you think? 19 of you in here. If I give you that, because I did that the other day, didn't I? I did a lip sync, but anyways, let's not do that. Oh, I gave it away. All right. If I say to you, blame it on the, what do you think? And so you guys are about as slow as this young girl because she just couldn't figure it out. Blame it on the, he said that to her. And so do any of you, 18, they're all older than adults here, so maybe this won't work because she was about 13. I figured at least one of you answer on 22. All right, we got some newcomers. Blame it on the answer the question for the brownie point. Oh, I got kicked out of the Boy Scouts. I ate all the brownies. Blame it on the man. I like that. That's a good one. That's not the song, but blame it on the man. That's a good one. Thanks for your answer there, Mike. Hey, I got an answer. It doesn't have to be the right answer. So we're just, what the generation. He was just trying to show kind of a generation gap because he was saying younger, probably 12, 13, maybe 14-year-old young lady. He told her, blame it on the, and she just kept. He's like, so you really, so blame it on the, come on, 22. Let's get one more answer. And then I'll tell you what was said. I don't know if any of you guys seen this thing. It was just cute. Every once in a while, I like to take a little break from the whole world of being serious and enjoy just a laugh or a little chuckle or something like that. I love, that we have such a neat, diverse from these generations. We're so very different, but yet there's some things that we have a common. No matter what, we're all on this rock together, one race, the human race. So, all right, Lonnie did it. So, blame it on the cane. So none of you guys did it. Blame it on the fame. Cool. So what is the song by Milli Vanilli? You guys are just doing the same thing. But Lonnie got it there for a second, but Lonnie's doing it, okay? So look, James, I don't know what your generation is, but the song was by Milli Vanilli, right? Blame it on the rain, yeah, yeah. The lip syncing song. And then she couldn't get it, and none of you guys got it. So I'm not sure what your generation is, but I think it's pretty funny. And then there we go. Stoner comes in with, so finally, so he's trying to get that answer out of her. And then finally she comes over with Lonnie Antonio with the answer. She goes, alcohol, and I was like, cool. Did you say the rain? Okay, I didn't catch it. My bad. But I think it was pretty funny, guys. It was a cute little meme, like I said, if you will, a little where he was sitting there and he was probably somewhere about my age and he was talking. I'm pretty sure it was his younger daughter. Okay, so it's like you, Mike, sitting there talking to your younger daughter. If she's in her, I don't think my son's in this, 20s and stuff, but and I'm in my 50s too. But anyways, it just kind of neat because he sat down with her and she was so stumped. I mean, I think it was only about a 30-second, clip, but for 20 seconds, she kind of sat there like, blame it on the, and she said some answers, but they weren't kind of like some of the, they were like, okay, well, that doesn't really have anything to do with anything. And then I think he asked the other girl. He asked the other girl. That was what's cute in the room. He asked the other girl that was in the room. He asked his daughter. Maybe this was his friend's daughter or something. It was kind of like, you'll have to go try to maybe look for it. I wouldn't know how you would. We need a draft. Well, you're an idiot there, Brandon. They're going to draft our women. Leave. This is all created. General who? Wesley what? So that doesn't help. So it was really cute, brothers, sisters. It was super cute because the guy came on there and he was about, in his 50s. And I think this is his daughter's friend. He must have asked it was his daughter's friend. And he was sitting there like, hey, blaming on the, and she couldn't get it. She couldn't get it. She couldn't get it. Went on for 10, 15, 20, and towards the end, he said, hey, what asked her because she couldn't get it. And then he asked her, blame it on the, and she said, blame it on the alcohol. And I didn't even think of that, and I've heard that song because I music is fun, whatever it is. Well, I know that, Mike. See, that's what pisses me off about some idiot coming in here and saying that, Iran. This is created, man. General Wesley Clark, the last nation of the 7 was Iran. We're here, guys. This is serious. I mean, a daughter, I don't even know where my son's at. I remember telling my son when he was, even before he was a teenager, about Wesley and Clark and this general that would go in and said, son, by the time we hit Iran, you better be back at dad's property, wherever I'm at. And I told him, because we're going to do this. And we're going to be away from people. And we're not going to do this. So, we're not going to do this crap. This is where we're going to pull everybody in, and we need to be the farthest away from that we could possibly be. So, no worries. I'd rather people be like you, y'all, and be straight up with me. I have a much easier time with people that are straight up and just don't beat around the bush. He said, don't hide that light in a basket behind a bush. Do not. So there's nothing wrong with being straight up. Appreciate it. I don't have to tiptoe through the tulips with you. A better way to be. Forward. Tactful is okay, straightforward. So I don't know how tactful I am in here sometimes, but anyways, I just, again, I think it's, these are our kids and these are the generations. And, I just think we have such a, that there is a gap, but they're very unique young generation, and they live in a very, imagine being born where the average, like a truck is $150,000 for a Ford pickup or a Chevy. The average home in Bend, Oregon is $800,000. Every third home sold for $1 million. You break $100, it's the new 20. How do you go into this world and have any kind of, when your future generations are just spending all your money now, you know? So I don't know about you, man, but if we don't take care of these younger generations, you ain't gonna have nobody to wipe your ass. Who's going to wipe your butt when you can't? That's what we're not supposed to turn our back on our children. Seriously. You have nobody to wipe your butt when you need somebody to, you know, you wipe theirs. There's going to be there to wipe yours if you, so, what do we got here? When it might say about great and keep looking at the money, not watch TV for 5 years. A lot better. I can see programs. Nice. Much easier when you step out of the system. Exactly. So, okay, look, let's get straight to the point here, too, with what I've got with this heading over this live stream. I'm going to probably have to get up here and get some food in me, and I'll come back on a little bit. The next 9/11 will be what is the 9/23, and it's already happening. This is already happening. They're replaying World War II as World War III. Because the seventh king of World War II, the one that's locked up in the pit, will be revealed as a spiritual antichrist. Okay, a spiritual antichrist. There is nothing physical under this testament to kind of give you, too, about the fulfillment. Remember, he said no stone to be left upon another, fulfilling the rituals of prophecy, right? Of all, not the rituals, fulfilling of all the prophecy. There's no prophets. Remember, he prophesied no stone would be left upon another, because he, as Father, not as flesh, came one day behind the veil to visit as light, as they made that, you know, special sacrifice and sprinkled that blood over the Ark of the Covenant, right? One day a year. So when that was destroyed, that fulfilled all the prophecy. That fulfilled all the physical. Remember, you had to take your wife to a public place and nail a physical bill of marriage, top and bottom. That's why he nailed himself like a contract, a bill of marriage, right? They hadn't released those women. That's what he was telling him. And you're supposed to give her half of what you own. You know, they ain't committed the physical act. If you covet another man's wife, he started making this spiritual, fulfilling all of these laws. Think about it. He did that on this rock. If you even think about it, you ain't got to do the physical act. Now it's if you cut in your head, you know, sin is a thought. Covetousness, you know, that is one of the, so he started making changes to this, you know, fulfillment of these celebrations. They didn't eat crackers and grape juice. They didn't eat Cadbury eggs or fluffy marshmallow bunnies, or I don't want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. They ate lamb. He fulfilled all the dietary laws, all the rituals. You had to have your post, like we spoke earlier, Passover. Thanks for, I think, a connection hit that. With the sacrifice of the lamb over your doorway, your address and address. Anybody ever been to the post office? You got an address? Well, you were supposed to have your doorway, the head of your doorway, marked with the blood of the lamb. Post and door headdress, address where you lived, and you had to pay 5 shekels to the king, and he didn't care who was on the other side of the door. He didn't ask who was on the other side of the door, what the hell they had done. He said, you do what I do. You pay these 5 shekels to the king. You have this ritual of a lamb. You put that blood on your doorway, and I will pass over, and I will not kill your firstborn. Or if when you woke up in the morning, not only was your first child, I don't care what their age, if they were 50 years old, they were dead. Every lamb, every sheep, there were herds, there were every chicken, every was dead in the morning. So, yeah, you didn't listen. You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. Pay the piper, huh? So, you know, seriously, Father ain't playing around. That fulfilled all the rituals, all the celebrations, all the dietary laws. They ate lamb, okay? All the prophecy, all the physical laws were blotted out. He put it in through Paul's writings in the book of Colossians 2:14. Once was written on tables of stone, the law, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, all the physical laws. He said it's fulfilled, fulfilling all these laws, ritual, celebration, prophecy, sacrifice, fee, fide. This has all been fulfilled. That's why he said it is fulfilled. Fulfilling. Once was written on stone, tablets, scrolls, not in a book, on pieces of paper. was blotted out, the physical laws, and now sprinkled on our hearts like it was sprinkled over the Ark of the Covenant, which was like an altar, right? They would pass the altar of incense, the table of showbread, right? And the 7 candlesticks behind the veil. The same thing was now blotted out because there's no place for him to visit because it was all physically destroyed. Now he's in our hearts. Blotted out and sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on like fleshy tables, like altars, the law, written on tablets on our hearts. Fleshy tables. Oh, but only of the bride. This is not, I'm under the law. I'm not bound by law. That's man law, flesh. House is at. There was a physical temple. It was destroyed. The most, M-O-S-T, H-I-G-H, the Most High, does not dwell in temples made by hands, does he? No, he doesn't. That's what he said twice, and he always declares 2 witnesses. So that's what this says, right? Once written on tables of stone is now blotted out and sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. So I'm not under the law. I am destined. There's a difference between bound by destiny and bound by fate. I'm not under the law. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. It's all spiritual. So I'm not under the physical law. You cannot put me under the physical law. These 2 thieves that'll steal your crown. He said in Revelation 3:11, crows, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. That's your inheritance. How about these 2 witnesses that hang left and right on this cross right there? That'll love thy enemy like thy love thy neighbor, like thy love thyself. Nope. Going to be rocky. Who's steering the ship? Don't bail out. He's the command. That's the 2 witnesses. I've never heard anybody else say it. Oh, it's Enoch. It's Elijah. No, it's this right eye that will steal your crown, and this left one here, because he warned about idolatry, things you see, little things of the dirt, big things of the dirt, statues, buildings, and dirt. He don't want us to love dirt and imagery, eyes, idolism, and imagery. The 2 witnesses, he said, his promise. He always declares 2. Get it now? Who the 2 witnesses are? All these questions of who the 2 witnesses are. It's as plain as the nose on your face, but you don't see it, do you? Hallelujah. So, how about that for the 2 witnesses? Thank you for this ministry. That's who he's sending. No, that's part of the same. Oh, my goodness. They do this so parable. Nobody even answered me, too, about Lot's wife being turned to a pillar of salt. Va, va, va. It's already been done. They'll do it again. She. Right here. The dragon would be there to consume the child. You've been a witness, but you didn't see it. No, you probably didn't, because you have a spiritual eye to see what they're doing. Kind of like the 3 days of darkness, huh? So they're going to keep playing this over and over with you. You don't understand. The 3 days, like Christ was 3 days entombed in darkness, so was Jonah in the belly of the whale. This is all about this. Like I said, it's coming upon this this nation, whether they realize it, it's already here. The negation of the copper penny. blind as a bat. The 8 king ritual, they just had a no kings ritual. This is all about 2 kings. Remember, there's a king that's locked up in the abyss, no knowledge. And then there's an angel, which is the king, my love, Shiloh, who holds the scepter, right, the inheritance to the church. Severing father's head will stand before the father, say, no, father, I have paid that price. I have their sins of the world covered. They're not bound by law, by fate. They are my bride. These are the ones I'm bringing to you. These are the ones that you destined, because they walked and followed in your commandments. They did not do these worldly things. You said, come out of her, and they did. And they suffered because of that. They took up their cross. These are the disciples. These are the ones you chose. I brought them back to you. You said to bring them to you in your house as a house of many rooms. So try to remember, they're doing this all over this rock. And they're playing out these scriptural rituals, whether you realize it's being done or not. You know, these, you know, where do you put your treasure at? You know, that's like saying they'll throw their gold and silver in the streets, right? Here's another parable that you're not taking for, you know, like nobody answered me whether Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt or not. There's a difference between an idiom and an idiot. So some people, you should read text, but remember, he didn't speak with marbles in his mouth. He's very clear. Now, these people, they mock and do the same thing on this rock, and they're going to perform these physical rituals because he creates evil to do these things to test his bride. But it's not possible for the elect to be fooled. Remember, it's not possible. By self, they'll have their name blotted out of that Lamb's book of life. He already chose them. He already knows. But by self-will, they lost that calling of that name. It will not be called out. It'll be blotted out, as he said. So yes, once written on tables of stone is now blotted out and sprinkled on fleshy tables of our hearts. You might want to pay attention to what he means by blotting out. You know, Lot's wife was a representation. Well, remember, she took back, right? She wanted to stay in the world. Okay, there you go. But thanks for answering the question, Yav. That was what was known as an idiom. There was, look, if you want to unlock whether you've got some wolf wearing some kind of shepherd's dog's clothing, not sheep, trying to lead the sheep, the flock, acting as a dog, and looks very similar. A wolf and a dog look almost identical to the sheep. They don't know. You try to be a shepherd and you warn them, don't go down by the water. They look at you because you got a bushy tail and pointy, and you got, and they think, yeah, they only speak bad. Remember, almost like, I'm not saying prophets, but the prophets or the apostles could speak in one language, and they would, remember, go out and preach to the Gentile nations, not just the Jews, but the Jews and the Gentiles, and they would know. That's bull crap, Yav. That's people being Reiki. To be in the light and dark at the same time does not work. That's right, Mike. He said the I, we must be single, is the lamp of the body. Let's go to text, what the text says. The I is the lamp of the body. If the eye is filled with darkness, then the whole vessel, the whole lamp is filled with darkness. If the eye is filled with light, then the whole light or vessel is filled with darkness. They don't mix, kind of like oil and water. They will separate. So dark and light, we must be single. We must purify ourselves as he purified himself. Stop doing these traditions of men. Come out of her, my people, he said. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them with light. If you see somebody who's in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. Show them to the word. Show them to what the scripture says. Rebuke them with the word. So somebody said something earlier, asked a question, I think that was Job, said, so then who are all these people who say they hear voices of God and prophecy? Listen, Yav, I already explained to you, there is no such thing as a modern day prophet. Please listen to what I'm saying. I'm kind of relating to you to this. The word does it. A prophet could speak in one language, and whoever in their language could understand that language. Do you know anybody that can do that today? No, that was all fulfilled. Prophets could put hands, as he told them, not go inside, flatten the curve, and stay inside in fear. He told them to go put hands on the sick. That should offend you. Right? And they could heal. Okay? Nice. Outstanding. Curtis, my man, that's what I want to hear. Bring him to the, do you have a concordance? Just one word studying with them, Curtis. Don't try to teach him anything. If you can, just study one word at a time with them. Go over salvation. Go over repentance. Go over baptism. Just one word study with them. These children will just, and they'll ask you the right questions, and then Father will lead you. Do not worry what you shall say. I will tell you the answer. Remember, he tells us that. He leads because it's written on our hearts. Good for you, Curtis. Good stuff. Studying repentance. Repentance is like doing 180 in the military. They call it about pace. That means you stop doing what you're doing. That thorn in your side that Father's rebuking you with to make you stop doing those things because it's displeasing to him. Unfruitful works of darkness. It beats at you. It just beats you day and night. What was that? That's what rebuking. Father said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So Father's calling out, and when he rebukes us, that happens. It doesn't happen overnight. And then we walk in repentance, which is a process like baptism, like salvation, before we ever receive forgiveness, because we have to turn from that unfruitful way or that's displeasing to Father that he rebuked us and turn and go the opposite direction. That is a process. That could take days, weeks, months, maybe even years before Father will forgive our hearts because it's continuously filled with wickedness. You wouldn't learn way better if I could keep them, corporation, from programming them. Exactly, Mike. It's so hard. People have been programmed by 501c3 churches, but Curtis, outstanding, man, to use that interlinear. Do you have the concordance? Are you using the Strongs? Are you using the Youngs? Are you using the eSword app with them? You know, taking them, using these modern day tools that they're very comfortable using, going on eSword, showing them that it says H in Hebrew and G in Greek over here, taking them so they can learn how to study. I'm not sure which version you're using because obviously if you're using the interlinear, there's either the Youngs or the Strongs, and there's Hendrickson, and but I'm not sure which volume you're using. But good for you. That's outstanding. Children need the word. So yeah, but remember that's good. Like I said, that's amazing, girls. That very few oligos is the word, just a fraction, a puny number, are having anybody, kind of like somebody said earlier, like an elder. Yes, that's it. Yeah, you're unlearning and relearning. It's supposed to cut like a knife. It's a refiner's fire. We're supposed to refine, like purifying gold and silver that just pushes it into that silver, sits there and it just bubbles and bubbles and until it just burns off all the impurities. Hallelujah for that. Like clay, if there's even a little air pocket or a little impurity, you put it in the final repentance fire, it's going to break. It'll be vain, worthless. Let him beat you. That's good. That's supposed to do. It's supposed to cut all the way to the quick, to the core, to the marrow. It's not a feel-good Jesus, Yav. You obviously, Father has you hungry for the word, and it just burns out all that old, doesn't it? Replace, like fire is a good thing. It grows back anew. Most of the time, even prettier than a lot of the times because of all that regeneration of all the nutrients get to go back, and regrowth comes back most of the time even prettier than the first time it was there, huh? Yeah, welcome to being a pickle. There's no going back to being a cucumber, huh? It takes a process. So good for you guys. Blessings. Some of you guys are definitely, Father is calling out to your hearts. This is him doing it. If I didn't call out to their hearts that are continuously filled with wickedness, not one of them would seek after me. Seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive. Knock, and I will come sup with you. You know, the most beautiful thing you can do, Curtis, with those younger minds is to let them know that I don't know, wherever temple that you know, whatever place of study or whatever you're at, that he's not there, that he's inside of them. And that although you come together to teach, you know, to be that mother or that instruction, that they have to have a personal relationship. When that age of accountability, don't scare them, but when that age of ability comes on in their head, there's a point when you go take that little ball out of little Joey's yard or Jenny's yard, you don't know what you're doing. You're just innocent. It's a ball. You see it. You're like, woo, ball, kid. You don't know. But there is a voice of accountability, because we want to go into what you said about how the word is supposed to speak through us, because this is speaking to y'all too. You know, he doesn't ever speak to me, Pastor Revelation, this is God. No, I read the word and it beats me like being rebuked. He rebukes me with the word. And then it just doesn't go away. And I'm working, it goes over in my head. The only time actually that don't get a pounding of the word is when I go lay down. Then I get a subtleness. But every minute that I'm awake and I'm upright, it's constantly beating me, the word. And that's how it speaks to me, through reading it. And then he reveals through the lifting of the scales, the apocalypse or revelation, the aletheia, normally through definition, studying the culture, studying the customs. And then it's like, yes, Father showed me through the word. That's the only way that Father should be speaking to you. There's no prophecy. That's why the Mormon Church, the Church of Jesus, blasphemous Christ, the Latter-day Temple Saints, the other Christ he warned about, there's one of them. There's no such thing as modern-day prophecy. I told you, prophets could speak in one language, and anybody in their language could understand. There's nobody can do that today, okay? It could be if you're speaking the universal language, because they won't be fooled, the elect. It's not possible. It's written on their hearts. Not in temples, not in houses made by hands, not on stone tablets. So, okay, so I bought a concordance when I started studying the word, and that's why I let go of the church I belonged to when I was good stuff. Strong's already suggesting. The Hendrickson volume. Okay, this is what I'm studying out of right here. This is what the ministry studies out of. Is the interlinear, Textus Receptus, okay? And the Strong's is the Strong's Concordance. This is this is obviously, you see right here, this is James Strong, and then there's the Young's. They're both the same thing. They're very little difference. Remember, it's a number thing in these things more than anything. There's very few, and I wouldn't have a recommendation for one or the other. Brother Jim teaches out of the Young's. I use the Strong's. He has a single volume set, which I'd love to find and have. I just haven't done that, and I should do some more funding of the ministry of this. But I'm trying to buy a $38,000 piece of property so I can give back to you food. So, but anyways, Brother Jim gives away CDs, which is meat. I'm hoping that the ministry can tithe back food. So, but this is a great way to tithe too. Sup with your other brothers and sisters. That's how we tie to each other, brothers and sisters. That is our mother. That's our instruction. So this concordance here is this James Strong, and it's the one with the Hendrickson version. You see this here, which also is going to again match this. Obviously, where's that at? So this goes with this set. Obviously, you see these are the ones. So this numbers that are in this book are going to be aligned with the numbers that are in this book. Young's it's the same thing. It's just there's a little variance of the numbers, but they're still coded with by the number. Coded by the number in this one says, look, coded with the Strong's Concordance numbers. That number is this number above each word. So you can, as I was giving you some instruction earlier on how to study one word at a time, and it'll make so much more sense to you. So, off topic, I'm always wondering why David picked up 3 stones. Or what was your take on that? Yeah, okay. So I guess I buy an internet text. Read it during 103. Yeah. Is mathematics a universal language? Bruno. Oh, man, why do you got to go there? I love math. Well, it's not universal, but it is at elementary levels, basic geometry, trigonometry, calculus, basic algebra, it is, because there is some, well, obviously you have formulas. I don't know how well advanced you are in math. I'm a prior reconstructionist, traffic crash, so I have a higher level of math than most people, and I'm not smarter. I just have a lot of math. So math is fun, Mike. I used to have been taught the wrong way. Math is simple. It truly is very simple. It is one of the things that I've told it most people. I've always enjoyed math because it's the closest thing I've found to the truth. Now, that's not totally true in itself in advanced math. I don't even want to start to, but look, I'm just trying to give you the basics of algebra. You take something from here. Okay, so Bruno obviously understands some of this other math. So it is, if you know the language, Bruno, if you know the right equation and you know the basics of the basics. It's math is not, you just been taught wrong. If you had somebody actually teach you math and not make you so intimidated, it's very intriguing. And it is sometimes where I calculate everything. I run everything through what I call my spiritual calculator. And I use basic algebra. It has to equate. So, all right. So Bruno knows what I'm talking about. So, but there's other languages, guys, that they speak in math. So math is not truth. At base levels, it is very truthful. It can't not, you can check your work and you can always make sure that you know what let's just put it simplified. You're going to know what your grade is. If you check your work, you can know that you have the right answer and you'll know whether you're right or wrong every single time. You'll know your grade if you want to do basic. I had to go back through and redo my math in college and I just, blew like, whoa, but look, math should, like Christ, equate. And at basic levels, so I told you all the way up into trig and calculus, it keeps a very standardized, if you take something from here and even geometry, if you look, it's, come on, it has to, but when you start getting into advanced, as Bruno obviously has, you're going to find that these equations, almost like a 5D instead of a quantum, allows for an algo cycle for a variance. That I veer away from. I don't need to use that kind of math. I'm not trying to figure out the secrets of the universe. I already know it. It's 3, 6, and 9, just like Tesla said. Six and 9. So I don't even do the universe 2 either. So, but anyways, I do love math because at base rights, they've convinced the app. See, this is what this 5D or variance does to people, and it breaks them off what they should have as a base. So they can't see and understand a variance. Like they couldn't play. They're simple, like a game of checkers, a couple jumps, moves here, but they're not. 5D as a chess game is mathematical. It's thought out. It's calculated very ahead of time, knowing where you're going to end up. Well, it's a bit of a manipulation. See, that's what I don't like about advanced math. But anyways, I like base math. I love it because it equates things, and most things I run everything through base math. So, but if you have advanced math skills, there are not secrets to the universe and whatnot. There are things you can figure out with math. But you've got to have that variant. And that takes away from the basic algebraics of take something here, give it over here, simple plotting somewhere on the line to find out where you're at. So I love math. People are like, oh my God, I hate math. Math is simple. Stop making it. You just intimidated by it. It's actually, I can tell with math about 98% of answers can be answered with math. Well, there you go. I would never say, Bruno, I don't want to go off into this because I'm sure we could have lots of conversations off of this platform and really try to keep it gospel based. But what do you think about all these under this, these pyramids. And obviously, if you know what I just showed you, this Big Dipper right here is the three pyramids, of Giza, the three in the Big Dipper. That's Orion's belt. So obviously, this are very powerful. This celestial wheel of the Saturnalia. That they celebrated this festival of this goddess spinning the Big Dipper, which includes Orion, and obviously, so. I was just asking what Bruno thought, because I know, like I said, I'm not going to go off on this, but that has a lot to do with math. I'll tell you what Bruno might know here, so he doesn't have to give away all the secrets to the universe here. I don't do universe, but I just, what's your thoughts? I think it's absolutely hilarious how they're announcing they have all this whole current technology, ether above, ether below, but that's all right. It's quite, isn't it? It's neat to see them finally just letting it go. Like, let's gonna let it all out here. We're just running. We're gonna pretty soon. We're gonna be driving around like Meet George Jetson, right? So, but hey, they've been able to keep a lot of you guys, and I don't mean to be rude or anything, very dumbed down by intimidating you with math. And math can, I was a traffic crash reconstructionist, so I can tell how fast you're going with math. You can try to lie to me, but I can use math, a couple of equations, drag factor, coefficient of friction, tangent offsets, some of these basic math to tell how fast you're going. So I can use math to tell if you were speeding or not. Imagine that. So that actually where I learned a lot of my was being a pig and being a tyrant. And I didn't want to be a pig. I wanted to become an air traffic controller, fly helicopters. And I knew if I became a reconstructionist, traffic crash, so I could definitely move into aviation. Just when I joined the military, I didn't want to give them an 8-year prison sentence. I signed up for 5, not as a warrant officer, but as a military police and in the Army. Uniter, and then obviously certified, and went back again through the Highway Patrol Academy in Oklahoma City and was certified in investigation and reconstruction, traffic crash. And, that's where I really was able to excel in a level of math that I've never been able to do, even in, I didn't have the kind of math in even high school, but I had Trooper Strasbaugh, who was very, very, again, who helped me, that it was my mentality that I was the hindering me to, the basic, and he broke that very quick, and boom, it all just opened right up. And what I'd already knew was almost there. It's kind of like what's written on our hearts. The scripture is there. I believe man is getting dumber. Well, I have to agree with you on that, Bruno. Let's throw some examples out there. How about, hey, Bruno, if you push your buggy down the aisle this way, the bug won't get you. Go that way. Stand on the X. Va, va, va. 6. Hey, wait, hold on. It's 5 feet. The bug is going to get you. Oh, my God, it's 25. It's 25. Remember when it first came out? Fear. Oh, no, it's 15. It's 15. It's 15. Cough, spray. All that dumb crap that first came out. Remember? And then, X, 6 feet apart. Nobody ever said a word. Still to this day, I don't know anybody that talks about it. Remember, it was 25, 15, and then they just put XXX on the floors. People just stood. I said, man, are you a rebel if you stand on the X? Or if you don't stand on the X? Oh, wait, we're not supposed to be a rebel. But anyways, yeah, the degradation of society. Remember, we're going to close off all these stuff, and you can't buy any of that because these are non-essential goods, right? How about we're going to take $2.2 trillion from you to create this warp speed jab, and we're going to give more money to Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and Moderna, all at record earnings for the corporations. And I mean, they get that, and you got to wait how long? Oh, you wait nearly all year for $1,200 when you got a $4,600 mortgage payment, or $3,000 for a $1,200 check, because the government loves you. They love you. They want what's best for you. Don't you know? Govern means to control, and mente or mental mind, or ment is mental or mind. They love you to control your mind. Got to hit him with the mind control. Too many fallacies. What's the reality? People be, sheeple be. People got sleep paralysis. I think they got sheep paralysis. Food pyramid ain't. Hey, better not sing too much, Bob. All right, guys, let's wrap this up. I'm going to get some food in my belly and figure this out. I walked out in front of a car that's been limit 55 and 14. All I could see was the man driving the car. Turned out the brakes on. All I see was the trunk of the car. Oh, my goodness, Mike. Sounds like we had a single vehicle to pedestrian traffic crash. Doesn't sound like no accident to me, but somebody must not have been paying attention. What the hell? All right, YouTube's crushing this stream, so let's finish this up, guys. Mike, thanks for coming in on YouTube, okay? Definitely the best study tool I can give you. Hands down, you'll absolutely just... So salvation is enduring to the end, enduring to refiner's fire, and whoever Father cuts out alive is what we have, and he will either forgive us with how she has finished work, or I never knew. Ah, that's right. Depart from me, you worker of iniquity, or, oh, wise and faithful servant. You got it. Word. Y'all appreciate it, man. Good stuff. Stay in the word. Seriously, you guys are a blessing, man. It's good to be around, and we're not just tickling our ear in here. This ain't no sit down one day, Sunday, fun day, cracker Jesus. This ministry is worldwide. I do this generally 7 days a week. I might take some break here because I got things to do out here at the ministry, but iron sharpens iron. This ain't no easy Jesus. You know, to walk to Father, we must go through the Son, and that is the word theolobo is to be pushed on both sides, hated, separated, in prison. Theolobo is to be pinched. Noun, verb. Go see Brother Jim. You guys will love his teachings. He's an amazing blessing, and he'll help you to unlearn and relearn, which he did. He helped this ministry come a long way from how I was just already doing what as he makes me do. I don't do it. He makes me do these things. So you guys are obviously very hungry for the word, and you know that. You know, most people go around, they're not hungry for it. They don't want it. Don't even try to mess with people like that. If they don't want this word, don't worry about it. Love thy enemy like thy love thy neighbor like thy love thyself. I'm not telling you don't, at least, you know, Father will present the opportunity, but man, every day is an opportunity. Everybody celebrates, everybody religious, everybody does these things. So the opportunity is abound. He is giving you ample opportunity to go out and share the gospel and show people that are in the narrow way to the light. Those are the disciples. Only those who take up and burden, condemned, crucified by the world, carrying their spiritual cross, will have their names written in that Lamb's Book of Life. The only way to the Father is through the Son. He said in the book of Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily. He said, my disciples in Luke, take up your cross daily, again in Matthew, and follow after me in Luke and Matthew. So we must deny ourselves. We can't do these worldly things. And that's, the world hates us because we don't do it. But you're not here to be nice. That means to be stupid or to be loved by the world. To be loved, if you said you're loved by the world, you'll be hated by my Father. And if you deny me in front of your friends and your family, you know, your co-workers in this modern day platform, I will deny you in front of my Father. No. You'll want to. You'll want. By the way, so do not partake. Come out of her, my people. Stay in the word. Be not of the world. Stay in the word, right? Be in the world, but not of it. So he's making it very clear. You're going to have to stay in this flesh and endure to the end. You're not going to be able to get away from this. And it's going to come with thalipsis, is what Paul said. To receive that kingdom, the kingdom of heaven was within, we must go through the word. Thalipsis is the word tribulation, okay? Through much tribulation. And that's that refiner's fire. And it feels good to be burnt from the inside, to cut to the quick when you actually start learning things. You go, wow, this gospel is amazing. This feels good. Pleasure is worse than the pain. Pain's just weakness trying to leave your body, soldier. You'll be all right. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. To win a marathon, you don't come busting out the gate the fastest. Pace yourself. I'd like to see each one of our hands in a marathon raised together, not one single victor. But to finish the strongest is those who has their hand or hands held in victory. Correct? They have to finish the strongest. So pace yourself. Have your lamps trimmed. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Have extra oil. And as he said, Maranatha, until I return, have your loins girded in my service. So you'll be doing this. He makes you do it. It feels good. You're like, I don't care what the world thinks of me. Hey, you guys get a room. Quit talking about Christ. It's not Sunday. We do this every day. OCD. OCD like me, I'm not talking about some excessive compulsive disorder. We call it attention to detail in the military. I'm calling it about being on that Jesus juice every single day. I'm on Christ daily. You too could be OCD like me. Are you OCD? I'm OCD. You want to be OCD like me? There we go. So you see what I'm saying? That's the same thing. I am a discipline daily. So OCD. Is that pretty funny, Mike? We're just whatever, a little humor. You too. Are you OCD? You too could be OCD like me. What do you mean? You got like some mental... No, I'm talking about not attention to detail, like excessive compulsive. I'm talking about on Christ daily. There we go. So I've been saying that forever. Something me and my son years ago used to go out and tell people that all the time. People are like, gosh, you guys are always just talking about God. You guys ever stop talking about God? So that's what my son told me. Dad, you just made everything about God. You've just totally separated yourself from society. You will not do anything by God. People are so intimidated. They don't want to be around you. You got to do something about other than God, you know? So what about Odin? What, some sun god? Some flesh, you know? Odin's not the Hamashiach, and Odin's not I am. Odin didn't hang from a tree, and Odin's not the creator. So Odin is some pagan deity, little g god, right? Deity. They used to pray to their deities. They used to have communion, try to communicate, eat dead flesh, burnt offerings, try to open up portholes or communing for fortunes with their dead ancestors, deities, little deities, g-gods, demons. Demon was a compliment. So, T-bone, what side do you like, the New York or the tenderloin? They used to call me that growing up, so. He's just some little g-god, a puppet on a string. My father created Odin, so Odin is like their, what do they call that? What do the Muslims call that? He is not Elohim. He is, what do they call their, they got another one. Kamala Allah Akbar, whatever their other one is. They're all Satanists. They're all paganists. Pagans didn't eat flesh, though. They would sacrifice flesh. Satanists eat flesh. So that's the Masse. The Masse is eating of human flesh. So they're vampires, you know, drinking blood, which Father doesn't want us to drink blood, or to eat meat. Remember, he told them to go into the land of Anak, Gaza, modern day Gaza, and kill all the giants because they were eating flesh. The Anunnaki, not Anakin Skywalker or Chewbacca Big Feet or Fallen Angel or some giant dude with the magic school bus shoving it in some, how tall is he? And you got was that like how many passenger buses are you going to shove in that 5-foot frame? Just a bunch of fairy tales. Didn't it go in super fast? Remember, it says, if in the end of days, if I did not shorten the days, no flesh would survive, Yav. That's what's going on. You should see it. Time is racing, you know. It's going quick, isn't it? I mean, it is almost July. Huh? Yeah. Scepter? Yes, all meats are acceptable. You can eat all things. There's nothing that goes in a man by dietary laws. We're not on any other dietary law. By flesh eating it. Well, only by grace are we saved. So you can eat whatever the hell you want. Not eat. You're not. That we fulfilled all the diet. They ate lamb, not Cadbury bunnies or little sugar-coated, I want to hear a peep, marshmallow bunnies or birds. Twitter, X. So are the end of days the tribulation? Absolutely. The remnant is what it talks about. The generation, the ones that would be here to see the Antichrist, spirit of the Antichrist, one that doesn't come in flesh. Hey, there Where's Mercy Poo? The other puppy. She's a powder pup girl because she likes to roll in the alkali dust. But okay, let me get off here, guys. I'm gonna let Marcy probably wants to come in and hang out for a little bit. I love you, brothers and sisters. I'll be back. Yep, only by grace are we saved, but faith by salvation. I'll try to come back on in a little bit, ish, maybe. I like to leave myself an out. Guesstimation. Get it, Yav? I might be back, maybe ish. Don't put me on a clock. Stop, watch. So, all right, brothers, sisters. Thanks for those 38 thumbs up. Why don't the last few you guys get that up to 40 for me if you can. And appreciate the super chat. Links in the bio if you want to support the ministry through a monetary donation. Time is more important than money because you can't print time or you can't make it. So love you. I'll be back soon, and I'll see you guys on the next High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries broadcast. Whoa. What's up? I didn't see Chew yet.